Hello everybody, welcome to the Batcolyte. Go ahead and tap the screen and share the live. And if you happen to have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs, well, go ahead and request on up. I gotta make sure right off the bat that I thank Danny Grax and Buttons for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. Before I even got my first word out, thank you. But if you have a belief in a god or gods or a higher power, or really anything, well, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not here to prove you wrong or tear you down. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? We are just getting started. I might be a little bit 0.7 likes already. You guys are amazing. I appreciate it.
And if you haven't already, make sure that you do hit the repost or add to story button if it'll let you. And we can share the live out to as many
people as possible. Who knows who might come in here and question their beliefs? I will ask that you not spam demands to be lit up on panel. That's probably not going to work. We have Mimi trying to join, but it seems like you're not quite connecting there, Mimi. If you'd like to try again, of course you can, but it doesn't seem to be letting you connect right now. Let's see who else is in queue. Yeah, that's about what I expect from somebody demanding to be on the panel. The next guest, of course, didn't have the patience. Hello, Nick. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I am 24.
Anything like that?
I worship Satan.
Interesting. Really quick.
I'm a Satan.
Yeah, I heard you say that already. I gotta speak past you for just a moment. Gotta thank Keisha also with the goal. Appreciate you. You say you're a Satanist who worships Satan. What is Satan?
Belief that you believe in yourself and that you worship yourself.
I'm sorry, I thought you said you worshipped Satan. What is Satan? was my
Oh,
question.
I mean, Satan is just like an icon that enemy of the church.
I'm sorry. So you're in a fan religion? Is that what it is? I thought your religion you said was church. My
Satanist.
question. Yeah, I heard you say that. But yeah. So Nick, out of curiosity, why the fuck did you request to be on my panel?
Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're going to move on to somebody who has the maturity to actually have a conversation. Nick doesn't seem to have that. So maybe Nick can request back when he figures out how to converse with adults like another adult. But in the meantime, hello, Tom. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm over 40.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
No. It's just, I haven't experienced anything that led me to, cause me to want to believe in a God. And it
What do you
just,
think might cause you to want to believe in a god?
like, I guess like simple examples, like, when people see like, I don't know, like an angel or God talks to them or something like that, or they have conversations with God every day, and speaking in tongues or something like that, some sort of direct connection with a God. I've never had that.
If you did have that, if you had some kind of just because it exists and communicates with you.
Well, you know what? That's a good question. I don't know if I would worship. I might acknowledge it, but that is a good question because I really don't understand why there's a need to worship something, like a god. It's like just because if God exists, why do you have to worship it? I don't understand that part.
Can you think of any kind of god you might want to respect? What attributes a god
Respect?
like that? Yeah.
Oh, I guess like if there's a higher figure, maybe somebody can make the universe or something like that, like that, and yeah, I guess even put it like in more concrete terms. Let's say, like a good example, like this three-eye atlas. Let's say that turns into like an alien or something like that. Okay, I don't think that's a god, but I would respect that figure, a super figure, if they were like had superpowers or something. Uh, yeah, I think respect. I could respect something. Uh, that's not too hard, but I just can't make that leap to worshiping somebody or something. I don't understand why there's a need for worshiping.
Thank you, Mira. So you can't think of what might make you worship something, but you might respect something that was ultra powerful or grand in design.
Well, I think I can respect a lot of things. People, ideas,
Specifically
something.
talking about godlike things, but yeah.
Yeah, even that. I could if there was something, that was real to me. Uh, this God, I think I could get to that point where I might respect it or I have some sort of respect for it. But again, that's a difference to me, between respect and worshiping. I don't get the worshiping thing.
Does it matter to you if a God exists or not?
I guess I can live either way. So it's not important to me, in a sense. Like, I think so many people, like having God or believing God is like really important. Like a central part of their life. I'm totally the opposite.
I see. So,
You know,
pretty much as unimportant as it can get then.
yeah, because it's not something I spend any sort of time delving on and thinking about it. Or
I don't know that I have very many more questions for you, Tom. I'm kind of looking for believers who might be able to question their beliefs, but I appreciate you answering the questions that you did, and who knows, maybe another time you'll find some answer back here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just interested
But
at
I
your
appreciate
question.
you talking.
The forum. Can you question your beliefs? So, yeah. Thanks
Sounds like
for
you.
letting me come up.
Yeah, appreciate you, Tom. Take care. It sounds like you do question a bit, but you would have to be more interested to question more if you did what you might find. But I do appreciate you, and I hope you keep asking questions. Well, we did have somebody in queue until that moment. Maybe they just wanted to talk to Tom and convince him to believe in their God, but that's not what this is. If you have a belief in a God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, well, that's what this is. I do need to make sure that I thank the Almighty and Artificial Red for helping with that previous goal. I appreciate you guys so much. But yeah, if you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking for a shouting match. I don't want to prove you wrong or make you look like a fool. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well, then, what is your belief? And why do you believe it? Lexi says, it takes a questioning mind to make the decision. What decision? You mean to request up? I think it might. Why would someone request to be on a panel like this if they don't have a questioning mind? Polly says, in how many hours will you be reading a poem? Well, Polly, I never plan the end of the live. Unless I have plans the next day. But usually, it's about 12 hours after we start. So, 11 or more hours to go. Hello, Peculiar Rabbit. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
26.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Somewhat, yes. It's not necessarily a god, but it's a belief.
Somewhat yes, but not necessarily God.
It's not necessarily a belief. No, I'm sorry. It's not necessarily a god, but it is a belief.
I see.
Yeah, it's a belief, though.
So it's a belief, but not in a God. So why don't you believe in a God?
I do believe in a god, but that's not the belief I was going to bring here.
Said if anybody has a belief in a God or gods, I said God when I questioned you. So you just wanted to question some other belief, or you just wanted to share another belief?
Question another belief.
I see. Why don't you question your belief in a God?
But the prompt says, can I question your beliefs? It doesn't say about a god.
Right, but I'm asking you why you can't question your belief in a God.
Because that's not what I'm bringing to this topic.
I see. And what did you bring to this topic?
My belief is that there's some kind of a sacred geometric realm of mathematics and ratios and numbers that true harmony, yes, that it truly exists and has never been tapped before. Only by a few, by natural causes, nobody has tapped into it by knowledge.
I see. Strange as this belief might sound, I'm not really interested. I was more curious if you had a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that. That tends to be the kind of belief I'm curious to question myself, but that's fine. Peculiar rabbit, I think. I'm going to go ahead and wait for a guest who can question their belief in a God. I know I left something extremely questionable unquestioned, but I don't feel like that was going to be a productive conversation. There. Now it says something about God. Hello, Afexi. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
28.
Do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'd say I believe there could be an existence of a God, I guess is where I'd be at with it.
There could be an existence to a God, so you don't have a firm belief, just a postulate.
Yeah, rather, I guess, agnostic view.
Agnostic in that you think something is there that you can't identify, or agnostic in that you don't know if anything's there at all.
Yeah, but I can understand that there could be something there that, created, I guess, all of this.
You can understand that there could be something that created all of this, but you don't have a belief that there is.
I don't have a belief there is. And, this is something I actually think if you just tweak one word in agnosticism.
I mean, if you are just saying you don't know if there's a God, and you don't believe other people know that there's a God, then I can see what you mean, but it might be questionable if there's someone who does claim knowledge.
Yeah, I guess that's where the question comes into play. Is like if someone truly believes, then I guess you can't technically call them agnostic. But if there's the questioning, well, what do you believe in, and what's the existence of what you believe in? Then it almost circles back to them really kind of being agnostic.
Is this a desire for you to want to identify with more people?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think I would more so say it's just believing in something that you don't know exists.
So, what is it that you're questioning then, Apex?
I mean, I guess I didn't really come in here to necessarily question anything. I mean, I don't necessarily have an exact point on it. I think my point is that if I did have one, is that I guess tamper down their belief in something that they don't know exists.
No one can tamper down their belief in something they don't know exists. What do you mean by that? I mean, no one can bet it down. No one can say.
That's probably a better word. Yeah.
No one can ground
Yeah.
their belief in
That
something they don't know exists.
that seems like a better word. Yeah.
I see. So you're declaring that people with belief are also agnostic because they don't know.
Yeah, I think I am kind of saying that. I think if you look at the exact definition of agnosticism,
Right.
it says if you actually truly believe in something and not caring if you have factual information of beliefs, you're technically not agnostic. But if you tweak one word in there, you know, I mean, really, it's
And people who claim that they know a God does not exist.
yeah, and that's where it gets tricky. Where like people who
So you would be
truly
saying that they don't actually know what they think they know.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's a good way to put it. But
How do you know what others do and don't know?
I don't know what they do and don't know and what they believe within themselves, but I do know what they believe and don't believe, whether that has been proven to exist or not.
Interesting. So you know everything that has and hasn't.
I mean, if you get into that specifically, I mean, we can talk dragons and stuff. I mean, we can talk anything.
I'm not sure why you're here, Aphex.
Yeah, you know, I guess I was just sweeping through. I think, you know, I actually was on your one time.
We questioned you until we figured out you were agnostic, but you still presented a God to question.
Yeah, and I still do. Like I still do believe there can be an existence of a God. You know, like that doesn't go beyond me. Like I think I still have spirituality. I don't have.
What does spirituality mean?
To me, spirituality, even if you're not practicing spirituality, you have hope that it can develop within you. I don't think I've
Hope
experienced it.
that something can develop within you. Hope that belief can develop.
Yeah, I guess I did say hope, or maybe hope's not the word, but I just have belief that something can exist beyond myself.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not necessarily like conscious of that yet. But I do believe that can exist.
Interesting. But it's a belief
I would.
to be clear, it's a belief that something beyond what you know can exist, not a belief that something does.
Yes.
Okay, see if there's a believer in Q who might be
Yeah, I guess.
open to questioning their beliefs. But I do appreciate you, and I hope you keep
I
asking
appreciate you, man.
questions.
You bet. You have a good
And if you
night.
find any answers, if you find something to believe in, go ahead and bring it back here. I'll definitely have questions for you. But welcome everybody who's just joined us. I am here asking if you do have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, that you go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue. I'm not interested in shouting matches or elocutional Olympics. I just want to know, if you can question, well then, what is it that... Let's see who else is in the queue. And I will be bringing up a questioner or two to join me here shortly, but let's make sure we tap the screen a little more. I bet we could get to 25,000 likes here in just the next minute or so. And then who knows where we'll go from there. But that might bring us out to the FYP, get a few more people who can question their beliefs through the door. Let's see.
I love your creepy little voice.
Little voice.
Well, I mean, maybe it's
Great. Can I
huge.
get
I
your
don't know.
age?
I mean, maybe it's your enormous voice.
Hey, can I get your age?
My
Good
age
time.
is 52.
Awesome. Do you have a belief in a god or god's higher
No,
power?
I don't.
Oh, I see.
I believe in nothing.
You believe in nothing.
I love it, friend. Let's talk. Let's fucking
It's interesting. Why
figure it
would
out.
you? So when I'm asking and it says God, why can you question your beliefs? And I'm saying if you've got a belief in a god or gods.
I believe I don't know.
What a belief. But we are looking for someone who has a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that, who's capable of questioning their beliefs, and preferably not drunk. Yeah, both sides saying it's a Saturday. What do we expect? It's gonna be that kind of day. I mean, just look at the chat. You guys are wild down there. Well, we do have a request. Let's see.
Hey, brothers.
Hello, Stephen. We've
I
spoken
I
before.
really
Are you the
I think we
Magneto,
spoke a
your
day.
age for TikTok TOS?
44.
Awesome.
I think we spoke a day ago, maybe two, and I'm usually stubborn headed, like I do not budge. But you guys really expanded my mind, and it was so freeing. It was just so fucking freeing, bro. I gotta tell you, like,
So, just for a reminder to the audience and to catch it or God's higher power or anything like that.
right. So my initial was like, yes, divine power. And it was, it's kind of like methodical and kind of engineered, kind of like my words are losing me right now, but not even scientific, just purely programs and that sort of thing. Does that make sense?
No, not quite.
No, not quite.
So the whole preface of
Like what my belief is, there is a higher power and a higher being, and we're part of a program, I guess. Like we're living within this cube. But after we spoke, you opened my mind past the cube. Like you really asked some questions that really just made me think. They're real. It was real. Like, that's why I started following you, and that's why I'm scrolling. That's why I hit you. But yeah,
Stephen, so just to clarify, you believe in a higher power, divine source entity.
I still do. I'm sorry.
I'm not here to take it from you.
I don't even feel that. My wife was even saying she overheard a lot of the conversation. She's like, "What's he believe? What's he, and all this stuff." And I'm like, "No, that's not what he's doing. He is simply trying to lead people into a place where they can open up and be real.
Well,
it's a safe place,
it might
and
be
you
a
make
little-
it feel so safe."
Well, I don't know how I make it feel safe. I tend to be asking some pretty ominous questions.
Well, you do, but you do it in such a way that it, like, okay, I'm going to tell you, I'm a Scorpio, and I see shit. I see it before it happens, and I saw a lot of stuff. And the last time, and maybe, I was maybe not so nice in some ways, but trying to be. And you never even missed a beat. You were just like calm, collected, and just took it. You know what I mean? Like you were on point the whole time. So, and then afterwards, I started trolling other people. But
Yeah, that's something people do. Well, Stephen, real quick, I'm going to talk past you. It's not to be rude, but of course
Yeah.
I've got to thank Freak Scene. I've also got to thank Crystal J Buttons, the mighty. Also,
for sure.
Burpees.
Thank you.
Gotta thank 3 Pips and Artificial Red. You guys are amazing. Thank you for helping with the goal. Stephen, you went away from here with questions.
Yeah. No, I did.
So just so we can tie a neat little bow on it, we're going to get to more questions, I'm sure, and possibly new guests. But you went away from here with questions. Can you tell me what the biggest question
you've left with since
I
our
mean,
last conversation.
our last conversation was like it was very generalized. We kind of narrowed it down. At some point, you really were able to funnel it to a place where we could get to the meat. But my questions are still very general. I mean, what's it all fucking mean? Does it matter? And I know the answer. Like, I know it does matter. Like,
what do you mean you know it matters? Matters to who or what?
Like how we treat each other. Like how I am just now. Like, okay, for instance, right now, I'm talking to you. You're talking to me. It's a conversation and it's cordial.
Almost. Yeah. It's mostly cordial. It's mostly a conversation, Stephen. But I am noticing a slight.
Tell me about it. Tell me what are you picking up? No, I want to hear it.
I'm picking up, Stephen, that you might be. You might have put some away, and I think right now these conversations are much better done with a clearer mind. So I appreciate you being here and swinging by and giving us a little update. But I do, yeah, I do think I'm going to move on, and I appreciate you.
No, that's totally okay, bro.
When you're clear head, come on back, and I think we'll have a better conversation and see where you're really at. But let's see, before I bring up a friend to join me. Hello, Muziki. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, 28 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do, yes. I'm Muslim. I do believe in a god. But I'm also...
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to argue about the point that you said belief, right? Belief is such an individual thing to have.
So just to clarify, you wanted to argue about belief?
Yes, because that is what your prompt is saying.
I'm sorry, but my prompt isn't a debate prompt, is it? Is that
No, it's saying what is your belief and why do you believe it?
It's saying, can you question your beliefs?
Yes, of course you can.
And then it asks. And then
I always question my beliefs.
So, Musiki, I'm curious. You say you're Muslim. Do you know your pillars to find?
Is that what you're asking?
I'm just asking
I do
if you
know
know
what they are. Yes, of course I do.
Are you capable of questioning your beliefs, Musiki?
All the time. I question my beliefs more than I should admit to.
Can you question the 5 pillars?
Yes, you can. If you cannot question your own beliefs, then what's the point of believing in it in the first place? If you can't question it, then there is something wrong.
What does questioning mean to you?
Questioning is understanding the point that you are unaware or you are skeptical of what is happening around you, and therefore your belief, you question that to say, wait, why am I doing this?
And have you questioned your belief in
all the time?
Islam?
Every single day. Literally every single day.
Can you question his existence?
Yes, I can.
Can you question the message and the messenger?
Yes, I can literally question everything.
Okay.
And I will always continue to question everything.
You'd be surprised at how many Muslims say no to several of those questions. So
Have you read your Quran from beginning to end?
I have, yes. I will lie. I do not memorize everything that
I
I've
didn't
read
ask
from
if you
cover to
memorized
cover.
it. I understand. Yeah, I understand.
I have read it, but I
don't know a
I
lot of
don't.
people who
Yeah.
have memorized it, though I do know a few. So, do you believe all the words in it are from God through an angel delivered to a messenger?
No, because that's not what the Quran is. It's from the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the person who wrote and has said the words written in the Quran.
So they're not the words of God delivered
No.
through the prophet.
No, because there is no point in all that any God has written a single word in any document. It's completely impossible.
Yeah, I didn't say he wrote them. The question
Yeah,
was,
for any religion as well.
The question,
It's impossible.
I don't know why you're arguing the words from God. Does God deliver this message to Muhammad?
We do believe the Prophet, the last Prophet of Allah, did actually write the words from the God himself.
So the words are God's words, if that's...
They're not words God's. No, they're not.
Oh. Okay.
You can't jump from point A to point B like that. They are Muhammad's words.
If I'm wrong, that's fine. I'm just... Okay, so they are Muhammad's words, not the words of Allah. Do you believe all of what is written in the Quran to be true?
I cannot answer that question.
Why is that?
Because I can't memorize every single point of the Quran, and therefore I cannot answer it.
So because you can't memorize...
I do believe most of it is true.
So to be clear, because
also coming from someone who was a Catholic for several years.
Okay.
So I don't believe a lot of the Bible was true.
If you can't say that you believe the Quran to be true entirely, then why do you believe in the religion?
Okay, I will answer that simply. Because I believe Islam has done less harm to the world. Therefore, when I look at these people, I know for a fact that they are not the ones creating the most havoc and ruling over people who are creating G words and so
clarify,
much more.
so you're following a religion because
I'm following a religion because the people are better, yes.
Because the people are not.
I do follow religion because the people are better, yes.
Better than what?
Better than the people.
So you're saying that you follow this religion because you view it to be better than other religions?
No, I didn't say that.
So it's not about the religion at all. It's entirely about the people. You follow this religion
about the people,
because
yes.
you think the people...
They have shown it statistically, yes.
I don't even know what that means. They've shown it statistically that they're better.
Metric of unaliving.
So I'm not here to argue with you, Muziki. I'm You're saying that you believe in a religion not because the God, the faith, the book, the message, but because the people, you say, seem to, is that really a good reason to follow a faith practice?
See, now you've absolutely said what I said before completely wrong. Well, you said it's what I believe to be true. No, this is
Factually, what
belief.
you're saying based on statistics, you said.
Yes,
You
exactly.
haven't, so
That's
just to
called
clarify,
facts.
right, but just to clarify, you haven't provided the statistics or Muziki, because this isn't a debate. You seem to be looking for somebody to argue with, and you haven't noticed yet that I haven't argued with you at all. In that question, I said that I wasn't arguing. I wasn't presenting the alternative. I'm not arguing with you about who's better as a person. I'm seeing why you believe what you believe. Have you not figured that out yet by the words on the screen and the questions I've asked?
Yes, do you know what?
Okay,
I actually do agree with the fact, but when it does come to a debate, I will debate. But
okay. Well, this isn't a debate, and I think I'm just going to move on to somebody who's actually got a cooler head right now, because I don't think you're in the mood to question your beliefs. I think you just want to prove something and strut about, and that's not what this is. You can go find somewhere where they're screaming at each other to do that. In the meantime, everybody, we're at 37,000 likes and there's 87 of us watching, so I bet if we tap that screen just a little bit more, we'd break that 40,000 pretty quickly and probably bring in a few believers who can question their beliefs. You did answer every question, Muziki. You'd see what this space is actually about. Maybe. It does depend on the guests, and it is a Saturday night, so we'll see. But I'm not here for a debate or an argument. I'm not here to tear anybody down or make them look like a fool, although some of you may do that on your own. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. Well then, what is it you believe, and why? And yes, Elmo, we'll bring you up here in just a moment, but going through to see who else has been in the queue and still exists. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Well, I think for the purposes of this conversation, we'll say that Elmo is representing at least an 18-year-old.
Interesting. At least, and how much older than 18 are you, Elmo? Because I don't find 18-year-olds handle these conversations very well.
That's a fair point. Elmo was born in 1979.
So, does Elmo have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Elmo's not sure if Elmo believes in a god, but Elmo does know that every person is precious. And Elmo doesn't know which one needs most love today, so Elmo wants to treat everyone with love.
What is love?
Maybe when you trust someone, or you're able to be vulnerable, when you care for people and people care for you and you feel cared for.
When you care for people and people care for you and you feel cared for, that's love.
I think Elmo thinks that's right.
So, why is love important to you, Elmo?
Maybe that's because it's life is not always so easy. And maybe when we go through life together and we help each other out and we say, what do you need? And someone says, what does Elmo need? Then we make it a little easier for everybody to get through the day. And then we have a soft pillow to go to sleep on at night. I think that sounds good.
Elmo, what does this have to do with God?
Making Elmo think real hard. I think that Elmo thinks that there's a lot of people who do believe in God. And maybe some of those people really do believe in something, but maybe they just don't understand it. And Elmo thinks that maybe by asking good questions, we can really get to the bottom of what people understand. And then maybe it's in asking questions that we really understand what's going on around here.
Good evening, Elmo.
Hello.
You know, I saw this other Elmo. Is he the same Elmo?
One and the same.
That's what I thought.
I was almost thinking Elmo was higher.
Oh, what, you got a little robot-y, Thrayle. I don't know. Maybe it was just me, but
It is me. No, I got bars. I was saying I was expecting Elmo's voice to be higher.
Maybe Elmo's just getting over a little cold.
That Elmo is, according to Elmo's Twitter, Elmo is actually 4.
well, Elmo said he was born in 1979, so I think his voice he can't help the deepness.
It's mostly not really knowing how to talk about God in a space like this, because I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable. I want people to be able to ask those big questions.
Love you, Rabbi Elmo.
Yeah, I don't know.
Choice atheist. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yes, I'm 43.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I'm pretty straightforward agnostic atheist, as in, Elmo just mentioned the big questions, right? And I think the most honest answer to those questions would be I don't know.
So why don't you believe in a god?
I just never, the burden of proof to me hasn't been met. As I'm.
What proof would you expect to see?
Well, I don't know. I guess for each person, what would convince me? Like I don't know. I heard it said earlier in front of me, kind of thing. In a fantastical way. Something that you couldn't deny it.
So if Zeus appeared in front of you, then you would believe in Zeus?
Well, I mean, if it would take, him or or not out there to, if that particular god wanted to prove himself to me, he'd have to do it in a pretty undeniable way.
If you were to see this god in front of you, would you?
I don't think there's much out there that would be worthy of my worship. I mean, like maybe gratitude, and like I don't know if he was the actual curator of this universe and whatnot, and I'm a part of it. I wouldn't get down on my knees and bow in front of it.
Venerate or worship or respect.
What kind of God? Like, I think the Christian God is quite a nasty piece of work. I'd be more of I don't know, like oh geez, like I know Buddhists aren't for the most part worshiping a god, but that kind of mindset, that kind of like everybody do their thing. If you don't harm others, I don't know. I think the Christian God really is kind of like there's too much packed into one kind of belief there.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
No, really, it really doesn't. To me, it's just, like, it's just one of those questions that, in my opinion, I don't think we'll ever find out until we do, back, or it'll be, continue on in a different reality or a different, kind of being kind of thing. Like, I don't know. To me, like my old man, he passed away in 2015. Sure, I would love to see him after I pass away. Him hand me a beer up in heaven or wherever it may be. But it's not something I hang on to. It's just it'd be cool if it happened. But hey, man, either way, it is what it is.
I don't know if I have any more questions for you. I'm ready to move on, see if we have a believer who might actually be open to questioning their beliefs. So, appreciate your pro-choice, but
no,
keep asking questions.
Yeah, for sure, man. Open-mindedness is the only way to go.
Appreciate you. Take care.
I think atheists have like an aversion to worship.
I thought we had someone in queue. They don't exist. I don't know. A lot of them say that they would never.
I'm with them.
There we go. Hello, Padre. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 38 years old.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I do not.
You do not have a belief in anything like that?
Nope.
Why not?
Obviously made up to me.
It seems obviously made up to you.
Yep.
Can you think of what might convince you that a god does exist?
If I witness a miracle, yeah.
What would you consider a miracle?
You know, like classic Jesus type shit. Like, if I saw a guy take like a fish and a loaf of bread and then like split it up tons of times and feed like 40 or 50 people. I don't know. Some guy like died and then was buried and then came back to life after 3 days. I think those might persuade me.
If those things happened, would you worship the god just because you see?
I mean, even then, I don't know if those miracles would prove the existence of a particular god. I mean, I know they're like typically associated with Christianity in the Bible, but I don't know, maybe there's like a fucked up god, and fucked up god created a bunch of religions and told each of them that they're the right religion. Chaos, and then maybe fucked up god came to mislead me.
That's fucked up.
Right?
What kind of god can you imagine that you might actually want to worship or respect?
One that actually improves people's livelihoods, that makes the world just, rights wrongs, and then God in the Bible.
So a chill god that does good things for people, according to what you think is good.
I think so. Something along those lines.
Does it matter to you if a god exists or not?
I don't think so. Like, I think some of the implications of there not being a god are kind of scary, but I don't think that they're so bad that it makes this life unlivable or in like not valuable. I guess if there is a god and I don't believe in them, then I think, you know, maybe there's a high risk for me in terms of the afterlife. But I mean, there are so many different cultures with so many different gods that, like, you know, I feel like it's still kind of like a random bet.
Really quick, before we move on, it sounds like sure that I think Keisha, Donna B, Artificial Red, Jace, and Cat the Witch for helping with that previous goal. Thank y'all so much. But yeah, go ahead, Kat.
Well, so I was going to ask, and it sounds like you kind of already answered it, but maybe there's something else. You said the implications of there not being a God is kind of scary. And then you talked about the afterlife, so I'm assuming that's what you meant by that. But was there anything else, like what, like that you meant by that?
As in the implication of there not being a God?
Yeah, you said that was kind of scary.
Yes, because I feel like if there is a God, then there's, more likely to be like some like a power or truth that's higher and more authoritative than. Go ahead.
Well, why do you think objectivity is more likely if there is a God?
To be honest, I that's not a hill that I'd be willing to unalive on, because
Right, that's
yeah,
okay. I just want to know what your perspective is on that. Like,
I don't know. I guess my thinking is that if there's a God and they like designed the universe and like wrote moral code, then like that's like more of a guarantee than than not. If we're in a situation where there is no God and there isn't necessarily but if you're kind of wondering why the lack of a God would imply a lack of objectivity, like I can't honestly say that like that follows.
right, because if we work from the framework that there was a God that designed the whole universe, then it's still actually subjective because it's still dependent on that God's mind, right?
Yeah, no, that's a good point too.
Yeah, that's all I had for you.
Thanks, Kat, Novat.
Appreciate you being here. Appreciate
Thank
you,
you for
Padre,
answering
but I
questions.
do think we're going to move on. And
okay.
Hope you keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a God questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on up. I'm not here to debate you or argue with you. We just want to know what it is you believe and why, if you can question. Oh, and as soon as I go to accept the request, they disappear. Hello, Bella Blue. Can I get your age for TikTok? God or gods, a higher power, or anything like that.
And this has been going on. Yes, I do. It's just been, there's so many things, different things that I believe that I don't even know what you would even call it. I mean, I've educated myself, in so many different types of religions because I wanted to, once I turned 18, I wanted to like educate myself and learn a little bit of everything because there's so many different kinds around the whole world, so many different beliefs and I don't know, my firm belief though is I do believe in Jesus. I love Jesus. I believe that he was a man of flesh who believed in a higher power and, wanted good and wanted to try to teach people good and about a higher power and all that love. But God, I don't really believe in a God. There's just so many. I don't believe in the Christian God. Maybe I should say that.
I see. So,
I don't know
but
if
you
anyone
believe
else
in
shares those
Jesus,
kind of. I do. I
that he
believe
was
in Jesus with all.
someone who. You don't believe he was necessary.
Correct.
I
Yeah,
see.
I believe that he was a man of flesh who, like one of us, who believed in a higher power. He believed in a higher power, and he just, was a holy man. But
But you don't
I don't
believe in
believe
any
that
kind
he
of
can
higher
come.
power.
No, I don't believe that.
Do you believe in an
I don't.
afterlife?
No. I
I
believe
see.
in reincarnation. I believe that we keep coming back. I do believe that,
What do you
but
mean
not
we?
by
What
like
comes
us as
back?
humans. Our souls. I don't believe that our souls are ever truly energy.
What is
I
energy?
mean, that's why I'm not very sure to go like in a depth on that. Energy, just something that can't be destroyed. Um, it's out of this world,
Something that
it's
can't
just
be destroyed.
right.
So you think that there is an energy that you're calling soul that can't be destroyed? That is
Right.
why? Why do you think that?
I just believe that we keep coming back, and I don't know why. I don't know why we keep coming back.
Why do you believe it?
Because I've had experiences. Maybe I've had certain dreams when I was younger. I didn't have them so much as that as I got older. I think when I was younger, I was more open to like magic and different things, natures, but just the dreams and things of already being here before.
So you've had dream that you are somehow living multiple lives.
Yeah, that we can
Could
keep
the
coming back.
could the dreams just be dreams?
Yeah, they could be.
Why why then do you believe that they are anything more than that?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
Is that a go ahead, Kat?
Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Uh,
Yeah.
do you think we ever stop coming back?
Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't really dug that deep into it. I just know, I feel like we come back.
I
I
just
don't
asked
believe
because,
that.
like, most of the time, like a reincarnation belief would
Mhm.
include, like, there is a goal, right? You become enlightened and you move on to and reach nirvana
Right.
or
Yeah,
what have you. Yeah, and
I've heard of that.
so, but you think this is when there's no Earth anymore, because that will happen.
Right. Not sure. Um, I mean, that's why, I mean, I'm not big, like I said, I just believe in like that we keep coming back, but that's not like my core beliefs. It's not something I've really dug into. It's just something that I feel, but it's not something like I'm hardcore about. not really.
Do you have core beliefs?
I believe in Jesus. That's it.
But not that he was a divine being.
From God now. From this God now. I believe that he was a man of flesh, just like any of us, who was a holy man. Not really, no.
Any of the miracles?
That's just kind of for debate because, you know, it's a lot of people have said they've seen these things with their own eyes, they've witnessed them, so, but I wasn't there. I mean, I believe that there's magic. In the world, yeah.
Elmo, do you have questions? What do you mean you believe that
There was, I believe in magic over, as far as like before all the religion came, I believe that there was more magical and innocence in the world that we could obtain.
When you say magic, what do you mean?
Like, I think there's a possibility Jesus could have been, you know, like a witch or something. Not a witch, like was able to do magic, things like that. The same as some people who are still in the world today that can do things, alter, you know,
Right,
things
but
with
when
their mind.
I'm asking, like, what do you mean by do magic? Like, what is, like, what do you, like,
Like
what is magic?
perform the tasks that you said he performed in the Bible, like some of the miracles. So that would, to me, would be like magic. I don't believe that he did that because he
at all?
because I know the stories. I've read a few stories from the Bible. I believe that he was here. There's no doubt about that he was here.
Well,
it's just I don't believe that he came
What do you
from
think
a
there's
higher
no doubt
being.
about it?
Because of all of those stories of people seeing him, they actually seen him. He everywhere he had been, his journey, everything.
Which stories?
Like where him being born, these were all real places. You know, these were all real events that happened here on Earth.
I like to say this, that like when I read the Harry Potter series, like there's a King Cross Station, there's a Forest of Dean, there's a lot of the different places that are in the story where Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley are real.
No, I'm not sure.
So what makes you think that Jesus is real just because the places in the story are real?
I'm just thinking of that question, so I just believe in my soul that he's a real man. I mean, I don't know how else to explain that. That's like going way, like, why do I believe Jesus is real? I mean, I believe that he was here on Earth because of the stories and the sightings, and that's why I believe that
What
he was
sightings?
in the stories from the Bible.
So because the Bible claims he was here and that people saw him.
Right.
Claim to saw Hercules or Thor or Zeus or any of them, would you believe they existed as well?
Yeah. I do believe that there's other gods and other beings. I believe a lot of things from different religions. That's what I was saying at the very beginning. It wasn't just, you know, it's just not the Christian God. And there's many different beliefs. I have different beliefs. I don't just believe in Christianity.
Well,
I'm just
trying to wonder.
I just believe in Jesus. That's about.
Right. Well, I'm just trying to figure out like you believe it, like If I wrote a story about me being a god, would you then believe I'm a god?
Okay, I don't know, like, how else you want me to answer this question. I've already given my answer, so I'm not really sure you
Tammy's trying to
ask in a
ascend
different
every
way.
night. That's fine, Bella. I don't know if we have any more questions for you. I think we're going to move on to a new guest who's more interested in questioning their beliefs. So appreciate you being here. But yeah. So forego the recap. Anthony, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a God or God's higher power?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Great. So, have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
And you know, actually, I will admit to no.
Why not?
I was raised Catholic. You know, fire and brimstone Roman Catholic. My grandmother was very possessive when it came to scripture. Very, very forthcoming, and I just couldn't get with it. I had a lot of questions, and priests that were having acquaintance with kids, and instead of being relieved from the cloth, they were sent to different parts of the world to still preach there. So I for a long time I had left. I just went about my life. I did have still faith in God myself. I just didn't think that I can go to a church to find him. Jesus was it's all white painted stone. It doesn't make any sense to me to state that I'm going to go to a location and not be able to praise God within my home. Yes.
So you believe in Jesus, and you've read some of your Bible, but not all of it.
I am just finding my way back. So that's why I
gotcha.
have been within the last month. And the Bible's huge, man. The Bible's long, so.
Do you believe the stories that you do know from it to be true?
I believe that the scriptures that were written. Now I'm on the Old Testament. Okay, I haven't pushed over to the New Testament yet. And per the Old Testament is a group of gatherings of timelines from different people, letters between, people of that time, right? So Isaiah or Moses, John, all of those were all just gathered. Now, do I wholeheartedly believe that certain things were written and they state that as fact? No, there's not everything in that to be fact. You have to take it kind of more as when the hardest portion is translation. The translated, even like Chinese to English, is not going to have the same, meaning.
Real quick, Anthony, I'm going to speak past you, and it's not to be rude, but I'm going to make sure that I think I'm going to make sure that I included Jace, Emily, Danny Grax, and Cat the Witch. Appreciate all of you so much. Thank you for helping with the goal. Anthony, so you believe in the Gospels then? Do you believe the stories of Jesus, or
people throughout the world at that time frame during his crucifixion all claimed the same thing, that there was a man in Jerusalem.
You said numerous numerous people throughout the world during
Yes, throughout
his
the world.
time.
Yes, there were
Claim
kings.
any of those?
I would have to pull their names. I know that I had been doing some studying. The greatest thing about this whole, New Age thing is being able to read the Bible and going on to AI and looking up what AI is going to. Not everything means exactly what is stated and written. So it's great. The internet's at your fingertips, so you're able to kind of look up most of these stuff.
Are you double checking your AI to make sure
Yeah,
it's not giving you biased results?
No, I go onto the internet. I do my own searches. If you even look at the rivers that were spoken within the Bible, those rivers are actually true. Those are actual.
Yeah. The Euphrates and
You believe that to be true and literal?
Not literal,
six.
though. That's the thing. Not literal.
So, not literal.
So do the rivers lead up to a figurative Garden of Eden?
No, I'm sorry. When he was saying every portion of, I'm assuming you're talking about Genesis, right? Not every portion of Genesis is literal, but the actual location in which the Garden of Eden, they've kind of narrowed it down to being somewhere near Sudan.
They've narrowed.
A lot of it is metaphorical. That's the point, though. A lot of it is supposed to be metaphorical. It's metaphorical for you to be living.
Not metaphorical.
That is a moral compass on your end, and that's the part that's really hard and difficult for a lot of people, because some people do take it to the extreme, and that's when you have extreme people like the Westboro Baptist. Yes,
Anthony, do you think that there is an actual person or angel with a large flaming sword that's guarding the garden now?
It's spinning.
Are you talking like Gabriel or Michael?
Making sure nobody can get back in.
Yeah. What Elmo said.
What Elmo said.
Well, Elmo's here
at that time
because our rabbi friend is busy.
I see.
Oh, okay, I understood. I mean, at that time, that is what they believed, and that's what they believed that they saw. That was the story that had been passed down.
But Anthony, I almost still ask the question: how do you know what is real and what is metaphor? Do you use, when you measure a roof, do you use a measuring stick?
You can.
Okay. What is your measuring stick to figure out which one is a metaphor and which is not?
Your moral compass.
What is a moral compass?
Well,
everybody has their own.
Yeah, everybody has their own. That's why I'm saying there's that you have to really depict that portion. What is the
How
moral?
does it let you know what is a figurative statement and what is a literal statement?
How does that statement in turn make you feel?
So if I said that I'm going to, I don't know, punch someone in the face.
Yes.
Do you think that I mean that literally or figuratively?
Well, that's a speech of action, so I would assume that you want to punch somebody in the face.
So, am I literally going to punch someone in the face, or am I just saying something?
In the context that you're stating, it seems like an action word. Yes.
Okay, so there are action words in the Garden of Eden story. So does that mean that those action words means that it's literal?
Not every one of them is action words, and most of them, like, metaphorically speaking. Like, there's no metaphor for punching somebody in the face, is there? And if so, could you give me that one?
There could be.
Well, I would like an example of that. Like,
What about when the angel wrestles with Jacob? Is that real or metaphor? It's not punching, but it is wrenching.
Okay. And these are entity beings, right? So were they seen by physical form, or was this story being told by a person to person? Was this being passed down person to person? And for how long was this story being passed down from person to person?
Do you think that a story being passed down is
Could it
accurate?
change? No, it could change. It could definitely change.
So, I still don't understand how a moral compass is a great measuring stick on figuring out what is literal language and what is figurative language.
Well, your claim was that if you want to punch somebody, or am I taking it as a metaphor, or am I taking it as factual? Because that is a statement that seems factual to me that you want to. Because that is a feeling, right? That is a feeling and an action that you can possess to do. Now,
Yeah.
can you
and
somebody that's 10 stories tall? I mean, am I going to think that that's a metaphor? Yeah, I'm going to think that that's a metaphor. That's not literal. There's no way that can plausibly happen.
So, if I said that I'm so angry I could punch someone in the face,
yeah,
does that sound? That sounds like I'm gonna literally do it.
You're so angry that you can punch somebody in the face? No, it seems more of a feeling thing.
To be fair, that might be more hyperbole than metaphor.
Yeah, it's more hyperbole.
You know what? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll take that. Yeah, that's more of a hyperbole.
But what does Elmo know?
We do need to get back to the whole entire belief itself now. So, how?
Why
Genesis,
would you doubt it
I'm
so
curious,
bad?
Anthony.
Yes.
In Genesis, is the creation, is that a metaphor or is that literal? 6 days.
No, the Earth was created in 6 days.
So you believe Genesis 1 to be literal?
I believe that, yes. God created. No, the Earth. Heaven.
To change the order and talk about the garden. Is that literal as well?
Where he spoke words to create life and animals and breathed into Adam's lungs to produce life?
I think you're mixing both chapters up, but yeah, you think those are literal too?
Yes.
I see. So when it says in Genesis 2 that he makes the man before the plants and the man before the animals,
so
and
he
it said in
created
Genesis 1 that it was the plants and then the animals and then the man.
Yes. And once he was done.
I don't think Anthony was listening to the question so closely.
No, he wasn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Which order is true, the one in Genesis 1 or the order given in Genesis 2 when it says before the plants, he makes the
in Genesis 2 when it says before the animals, the plants and the animals.
So Genesis 1, he creates all plants and animals. And then man.
Yeah, Genesis 1, plants, animals, man. Genesis 2, man, plants, animals, woman.
I believe in Genesis 1 as being the timeline of which the creations happen.
I see. Why is that one correct and the one in Genesis 2? Is it incorrect, or is there something else going on there?
No, in Genesis 1, everything was spoken from words. It was all created by words. And his words were spoken to create all plants and animals. Afterwards, once he was done with that, and the oceans were risen, he created man. He breathed life into man from the dust and dirt that was there. So you would have to create everything else, dust, dirt, plants, animals, everything.
Then why in Genesis 2:5 does it say before the plants? That because he had not made it rain and there was no man to till, that then he made it the plants. Why does it say the plants?
Now, is that the Garden of Eden or is that Earth now? The Garden of Eden
is after Adam.
Do you think the Garden of Eden's not on Earth?
No, I believe Garden of Eden is on Earth.
So why did you make a distinction?
Yep. Because God had made the Garden of Eden where he had given life to Adam. The rest of the world.
Wait a second.
Yes.
Where was the Adam created?
In the Garden of Eden.
No.
Okay.
If he doesn't make the garden until after Adam, how could Adam be made?
No. See, so that's where you're pushing now. Genesis 2. In Genesis 1, the Garden of Eden is made. He's created life on plants.
Did you read Genesis 2?
Yes.
Okay, so when it says that he plants the garden after Adam, then is that incorrect, or is it lying? Is it wrong?
I believe that there was issues with translation. I believe that there is issues with translation.
I wonder if...
Have you read? I have it right here still.
Okay.
The good news is Elmo also speaks Hebrew.
Elmo's smart, dude.
There is shalom.
I've always kind of know.
Yeah, if you have 2:5 through what?
Yeah, it's in my hand. So it says, this is Genesis 2:5. When no bush of the field was yet in the land, and no small plant of the field had yet sprung up, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the land, and there was no man to work the ground. And a mist was going up from the land, and was watering the whole face of the ground. Then the Lord God formed the man of dust from the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and the man became a living creature. And the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and there he put the man whom he had formed.
And in Hebrew it says, Vayasem Sham, et Hadam Asher Yatzar. Vayasem, and he placed Sham there, et Ha'adam Asher Yatzar, that he had created, the Adam that he had created.
Okay.
Is it possible, Anthony, that there is a contradiction between the two stories, that perhaps they are two different stories?
Stories have changed over the years. These stories have been for years and years prior to them actually being written down
And then being transferred over to the King James Version, or translated.
Did we hear this from the King James Version?
No, I think Kat read from the ESV.
Yeah, no, I'm saying each one of these stories, as far as what you're stating as being a contradiction, everything had been changed possibly over the years.
I'm not refuting that. I'm not denying that. There's plenty of times where we've had now.
Could it have been a contradiction in the original Hebrew?
Could it have changed between when it was?
I understand what you're asking, but I'm asking a different question.
No, I get what you're saying, and what I'm saying is, can it be a contradiction? Possibly, because the story could have changed.
Is it possible that the story was always different? That there were always two different stories?
If you
Is
want to believe.
Is Anthony familiar with the Dead Sea Scrolls?
No, I'm not actually. Like
The
I said,
Dead Sea-
I'm finding my way back, Elmo.
The Dead Sea Scrolls are 2,000 years old, more maybe,
Yes.
and they really don't show anything other than the fact that people have painstakingly copied these texts. The Hebrew is the exact same for thousands of years.
So, Elmo, do you believe that it's just a contradiction?
It is only a contradiction if you think the text is with one voice. If it is multiple stories, there's no contradiction.
Now, do you remember what I said when I first joined into this conversation? That these were a list of stories from different people?
So why didn't you lead with that? Why didn't you talk about that now? Why try to fix it in your brain?
No. I said that before. I had stated that before. When I first joined into this, I said that it was a list of stories. The Bible is a list
No,
of
but now, I'm gonna talk about now.
Okay.
Why did you feel the need to defend? To get defensive?
I didn't need to defend. Elmo, I'm being upfront and honest. The very first thing that I said when I came in was
Elmo remembers.
Elmo remembers, okay.
Sure. So, whenever Thrayle had asked you about the contradiction,
okay,
why was it that you, instead of saying, well, multiple stories by multiple people in Genesis 1 and 2,
because this is my
you defended it?
No, I defended that my belief is what made sense to me is that God created the Garden of Eden, plants and creatures, and man. That's my belief. That's what I believe the timeline in which it happened. Now, you guys are stating that, well, Genesis 2, it states this. Okay. You guys asked my opinion. My opinion was to go with what I wanted, and what I felt was that God had made the Garden of Eden, plants, animals, man, and then realized that man had been by himself, so he created woman.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible that these are two different stories then, and that Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, two different chapters of this same book, are actually authored by different people, not Moses?
Possibly.
Reconcile, like, which one is true, so that you can believe in the truth of the stories instead of the myths and fictions.
The way how each of these scriptures is written and how you feel as you're reading them, that to me is the faith. If you find yourself to be...
So does it matter if it's true or not?
What's truth? It's truth to me. Truth is... the religion is a belief system. It's a belief. It's not anything more than that. If you're stating that this is all factual evidence, and it doesn't need to be that. A belief, an idea that
It doesn't need to be true for me to believe.
It doesn't matter if it's true.
I believe that it is true. I believe that it's true. Though many.
What is true? What do you mean by true?
Okay, so you go by truth as being something that you can visually see. I don't go by truth being something that I can visually see, because there's plenty of times that you have stuff that is unexplainable. So yes, it's like somebody wrote down here, it's my truth. As far as
Hang on, Anthony. Hello, Philly.
Hi. Do you think it's truth for everyone or just for yourself?
I believe that it can be truth for everyone. It's whether you're willing to embrace that truth.
Is it an objective truth?
No. It's a belief. I think that everybody has gotten it completely wrong, being that everything has to be completely factual, and your feeling towards a belief is something that is so much more powerful than something that has to be factually true. It's and even with that, completely wrong.
That's interesting, Anthony. Go ahead, Philly.
Why do you choose to believe this truth if you could choose to believe any truth?
Being as I was able to read something again after leaving it for so long and feeling so much just better about my day, that to me was so much more than what I had been doing before.
If you found something that made you feel even better, would you choose that as truth instead?
I haven't been able to find which. Other than that was alcohol. That didn't work. It didn't make me a better person. It made me actually a worse person.
Current beliefs. Would you pursue that instead?
No.
Why not?
I was raised to be a Catholic. I was raised in this truth for my truth.
Do you think that if somebody finds it harmful to follow the belief system of their childhood, that they should stick with it just because it's from their childhood?
No, there's plenty of people that convert. I don't believe that anybody is wrong in their own beliefs. I believe somebody is wrong when they're pushing their beliefs on somebody else.
So you follow this because it makes you a better person, because on anyone else?
No, that's just my stand. There's plenty of people that push it on other people. I don't agree with it. But again, I don't go to church. I don't go to a man-made building that lathers around gold and white.
What is the point of religion? What's the point of this religion then?
It's my belief in it. It's not a very hard concept to pull apart. It's just, that's what I believe in. I feel better about myself. I think that a lot of people would probably feel better if they were accepting of just
I think what
whether or
Elmo's
not.
concerned about is the word I. I wonder why it's so focused on you. Why it's your religion.
I
don't
not.
need a community. I don't need a church. That's a lot of eyes.
Yeah, I'm not persuading anybody else to be pushing into my direction.
Do you think that your beliefs inform your actions?
No.
No.
I don't.
Interesting.
I believe that I act as how I should. And in all honesty,
You believe that?
my lifetime on Judgment Day.
You believe
Regardless.
that you act as you should. You believe
Yes.
that. That's a belief.
Yes.
But you don't think beliefs inform your actions.
I believe how I act and how I am is how I should be. Everything that
Sounds like a belief.
That's not. And that's also not answering his question about do you not believe that your beliefs inform your actions?
Well, he's actually indirectly answering it by how he's supposed to, which would
Yes,
be
but I don't-
as supposed to that you believe, which
Yes,
would
but I
mean
don't
that your
believe that
beliefs
my
inform your actions.
dictate
But you're
others'
saying that you're, yeah, I'm sorry, you're talking while I'm talking. You're saying though that you don't act in accordance with your Catholicism or your Christianity.
No. I think that I'm kind of a different case. I don't fall under the same guidelines that the church does. I don't fall under the same standing there waiting at an altar on somebody else's words and their ideas on what that scripture states. I'm taking everything from the scripture on how I'm perceiving it.
Leaning on your own understanding.
Beliefs don't inform your actions. How does this belief system make you a better person?
It makes me feel better about myself. I feel better reading these scriptures. I feel better understanding them,
So
and I'm fact
it doesn't
checking.
make you a better person. It just makes you feel good. Feel good.
Possibly, yeah. That could possibly be it. Yeah.
Emma thinks there's a name for that called hedonism.
Elmo knows some big words. How do you spell that, Elmo?
How do you spell that?
H, brought to you by the letter H. Hedonism. Hedonism.
What is
make you feel good? Because they make you feel good.
Okay.
Could that belief then cause you to feel good about a bad action you've done?
I don't see myself doing any kind of bad actions that I would be pushing myself to do. Like I said, I'm not really going out of my way to yell at people or do anything. I live my own life. I don't persuade anybody. I don't do any of that kind of stuff. You know, I stopped drinking. I stopped hating the world. I hated the world.
I guess Elmo's still wondering, where does everybody else fit in?
You fit in your own belief, Elmo.
Elmo feels left out.
How so?
Well, it seems to me that your belief doesn't include anybody else.
Need to include you unless you want to embrace it. If you want to, by all means. Other than that, though, I cannot judge you. I cannot judge you. That is not my role on this earth.
That's not what Elmo's saying. What Elmo's saying is, when you have a belief and you think about other people, sometimes it's important to think about how...
That's your own subject. That's your own scenario. Just because I believe in something doesn't mean that you need to be hurt by it. Why does what I believe in for myself, why does that harm you, Elma?
It's not that it harms me. It's that if you're not being considerate or not helping other people, what is the worth of the belief?
How am I not being considerate of other people? In what way? Am I preaching on the streets?
The question is more along the lines of, what about everybody else?
What about everybody else?
How does your belief structure inform the way that you treat other people?
I don't need to inform anybody. That is somebody else's way to find God, not mine.
That's not what Elmo said.
Yeah, I don't think that I am, Chuck. I'm sorry. You're meaning that where does everybody else tie into this?
How does your belief structure inform the way that you go about relationships, treating other people? How do you make the world a better place when you only focus on yourself?
That's not my goal. That's not my goal to make the world. I don't think that I mean, to me that's pushing a narrative, isn't it not?
I guess that's for you to decide.
I thought I made that decision very clearly. I don't want to be that person that stands there yelling, "You're going to go to hell unless you find your way to Jesus."
Is that the only way? Sorry, Elmo, go ahead.
No, you were just going to ask the same question Elmo.
Which is way better.
Is that the only way? Do you have to tell someone they're going to hell when you ask them how they're feeling?
No. My normal conversations. I mean, okay, basically, how are you doing?
Make sure that I try to reach out to each and every one of them and just ask them how they're doing. I'm not asking them, "Hey, how are you doing? Have you, have you prayed lately to your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ?" I haven't done that, but I do ask, "Hey, how are you doing on a day-to-day basis?" And that's my normal.
How does your faith inform the way you treat other people? It's a pretty straightforward question, Elmo thinks.
It doesn't.
So you would be the same.
Elmo's confused.
I'm not informing other people.
No, Elmo's not asking.
You're both confused.
Elmo is asking about how does your faith inform you on how you treat other people.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hearing inform like it's process.
How does your faith? What does your faith tell you how to act with other people?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't.
So your faith does nothing in guiding you in how to be in community or relationship.
No, not the way how I'm perceiving it.
Have you read the Bible all the way through?
No, not all the way through. I said that earlier.
So you haven't come across verses like, "Judge not, and ye shall not be judged." Things like, "Love your neighbor as you love yourself."
Yeah, and I said I would not judge another, because that is not my role.
And do you not judge because that's what the Bible says?
No, I don't judge because that's just not my way of life. That's not how I was raised to judge other people. Everybody is able to choose their own path.
That's not how you were raised in your Catholic household.
Yes.
So it sounds like perhaps maybe the Catholic way of thinking, way of being has influenced your behavior.
There is a little more than a minute left in the poll in the upper left-hand corner of everybody's screen, the blue clipboard. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was listening to him. What were you saying?
She had just said that it seems that your Catholic upbringing has influenced the way that you are today.
I mean, quite possibly, but so did a lot of other things. I mean, like I said, I joined the military. I got completely brainwashed, and that changed me as a person. So I mean,
not exactly brainwashed.
I mean, every experience has been. Yeah, I mean, come on, they indoctrinate you, man. I loved my time in service. I loved my time in service. I loved every
I love
person
my
that
time in service. I love
Yeah,
my time
I
in
still-
service too, and it's not necessarily brainwashing as much as it is getting you in the mindset of being, in your case, a sailor, and in my case, a soldier.
Yeah, it was to rebuild you. It was to rebuild you to be, taking orders opposed to coming up with your own mindset. Because a soldier or a sailor does better as a cohesive unit.
And a cohesive unit is also filled with individuals, and each and every individual still can think for themselves. It's just that basic usually makes it to where you do follow orders. You get told when to go, where to go, and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
But
No,
it's
I'm not arguing that. But that definitely played a part too in changing me and figuring out what I was about, as a person.
Becca wonders in the comments, what is the purpose of the 10 Commandments, Anthony?
Moral guidelines.
What is the purpose of moral guidelines?
To go about your day is to be a good human being towards others, towards yourself.
What does the role of Shabbat play?
Would you like to elaborate a little bit more? Sorry.
Sure. One of the 10 Commandments is, you shall remember the Sabbath day. Well, in Exodus it's remember. In Deuteronomy it's you shall keep.
Mm-hmm. That thou shalt not work, basically, on Sundays.
There's more than that, but yeah, what do you think about on Saturday?
Oh, on Saturday. I mean, that was probably a pretty hard thing to do while being in the military. I worked every day.
But you said there were moral guidelines.
Yeah, they're moral guidelines.
So if you worked on Saturday, does that mean you were amoral?
Well, is that day specific? Is that what the 10 Commandments are stating, or is it that working for 6 days and taking a rest period on the 7th day?
Elmo's going to open up Elmo's calendar.
Okay.
It says Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. 7th day.
So are we taking into account, leap year? Are we taking into account any of those?
Does the day of the week depend on month or year?
Who created the days?
Okay.
Did God create Monday and Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday?
What is happening?
This is so boring. This is so
Don't
fucking
know.
boring. The poll had already spoken, and at that point, he's not doing any critical thinking, or he's just arguing with whatever the fuck he can argue with to argue because arguing's fun.
That's what it
all
felt
that
like.
was.
Elmo, did your calendar take into account the bicentennial?
Yeah, Elmo, don't forget there's leap years. Because apparently that changes what day Saturday is.
Hey, Elmo, did your calendar also take into account Boxing Day? It's for all my Canadian friends up there.
Oh, thank you, Hammy.
I don't think we have an actual request. I think they were all ghosts. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning your beliefs, go ahead and request on that.
That guy said he lives in Hawaii.
Maybe the calendar doesn't work out there in Hawaii, Cat.
I don't know, the calendar seems to be the same to me. I've been here for 2 years and the calendar hasn't changed.
I want to know what's on Elmo's calendar.
Emma, what's on your calendar?
Playtime, and question time, and drawing time, and criticize Rocco time.
I wondered if Rocco was going to be on your calendar.
He's just a rock.
Mm-hmm.
Some people.
What about goldfish time?
This is nonsense.
But it is delightful nonsense, is it not, Cat?
It is delightful.
What is nonsense? What is nonsense, Cat? We have Elmo on the panel.
Yeah, come on.
Oh no, that's reasonable. That's reasonable.
Elmo, where on your calendar is goldfish time, or is that an everyday
Tuesday's
thing?
4 o'clock.
Elmo, can you schedule in Koki time for the frogs?
Every night at sundown.
Okay.
Rail's gonna kick Elmo the fuck out.
It's getting close. I just need. So I don't know. I can do Elmo, the voice, and Elmo saying Koki actually does sound a lot like a Koki.
I want to hear Elmo talk to Elmo.
Oh, that was so funny.
I do want to hear that.
It is. There's a reason that Elmo is not sounding very Elmo. I'm sure it's an exhausting voice.
I think Thrayle's saying that he hopes the rabbi will be available again soon.
Really? I heard it as like, get to 100,000 likes and then Elmo's gonna come out of Thrayle's box.
Oh, that's an interesting interpretation.
Only 20K likes to do that? I'm on it.
If you would like to speak to Elmo or anyone else on the panel, and you're able to question your God belief, you should request up.
Yeah, it was. It's a hard voice to do.
Does a fantastic meatwad though.
Were you on mute practicing it, Thrayle?
A little bit.
The Elmo voice in Thrayle, when the Elmo's voice comes out of Thrayle,
It's because he actually gets Elmo to come over to his studio, and Elmo gets on the mic.
I don't know. My throat's a little scratchy the last few days. It's a little tough to get up to that.
That octave?
That's really up there.
For your voice, absolutely it is. Going from Thrayle to Elmo is like trying to jump the Grand Canyon.
Something like that. Nope, apparently not.
Yeah, I knew you were about to introduce them.
I was half thinking about doing it in the Elmo voice.
That would have been funny. The person would have been like, oh wait, what? But if you want to hear Elmo question you about your beliefs, go ahead and request that. Rob says this panel is only people who don't want anyone to believe, not questioning a belief. I don't know if you've got the hang of what this live is, Rob.
I don't think Rob's really ever watched Rob's real reviews.
No.
That's interesting. Rob's been watching.
I wonder what Rob reviews that's real.
I don't know. But if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're open to questioning your beliefs, well, I'm not here to debate you or argue or burgle your god, though there is always room in the shed for one more. I just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then, what is it you believe? And why do you believe it?
We talked to Rob the other night.
I see.
I also think it's really funny when people say that while Rabbi Elmo is up here, the rabbi. But clearly, we're just a panel full of people who don't want anybody to have beliefs.
Elmo got a phone call.
Elmo's not a rabbi. Elmo just knows a rabbi.
I think Elmo is a rabbi.
I think Elmo just knows Hebrew. That's it. I think that he knows a rabbi.
Shalom.
Thrayle, if you go to burgle somebody as a god and they have multiple gods, what do you do with the others that won't fit in the shed?
What do you mean won't fit?
You said there's room for one more.
There's always room for one more.
Oh, so that way if one goes in there, there's still room for one more.
Yeah.
And then still room for one. Okay,
There's
I
always
guess.
room for one more.
How much space, Hammy, do you think a god takes up?
I would say probably 0 bit of space.
So there's always room.
Heather says they're paper thin. They're a lot thinner than that.
A compliance system in the shed, so it's a lot easier to organize them in the shed when they're compliant.
That is true. I mean, once they're burgled, they're fairly compliant at that point. Hello, chat. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Wait, hello, can you hear me now?
Yes. Can I get your age?
Hello. I'm so sorry. I'm 19. How old are you guys? Oh, wait. Sorry. I'm so sorry. It's like 7 a.m. for me now. I'm sorry. I'm 19.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Not necessarily, but I do have some questions.
Why don't you believe in
So, who is anyone here Christian?
No.
What is your belief, Thrayle?
We're not here to answer your questions, Chad. So if you can question your beliefs, go ahead and request on up.
Thrayle. Oh my god, that's the first time I actually heard someone say Thrayle and be serious.
Oh, it happens. It happens often. Hello, Sarah. Can I get your age?
Hi. 38.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like it?
I used to think I did. I was
Used
raised
to.
Mormon. Mormon, LDS.
Do you not believe in that god anymore?
I can't say that I don't believe, but I question how the universe works often. Don't you?
I question it, but you can't say that you don't believe. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, organized religion is organized religion, but there's got to be some underlying thing that makes organized religion, right? There's got to be one person out of everybody on this planet who eventually thought to make Jesus and God a thing. Way back in BC, which we actually call it BC, before Christ.
Okay, so you think somebody organized or orchestrated the religions that we have now? What does that have to do with whether or not you believe? You said you don't believe. I was trying to find out if you still believed in the Mormon God or the Christian God.
No, I don't. Okay. No, I don't. Yeah.
Do you believe in any God whatsoever?
I believe in ourselves. I believe in the universe and law of attraction. I believe in the power of our surroundings.
What is law of attraction?
Well, I can't say that it's anything that you or I would have any idea about. We are just humans. And the universe is out there.
Sorry, you said you believe in the law of attraction. What is the law of attraction?
If you believe it, then it will come to you.
If you believe
if you throw it out into the universe, then it will come to you.
Boomerang.
If you throw what out into the universe?
Ideas, thoughts, your moral compass, it doesn't matter. Like whatever you believe in, if you throw it out there in the universe, if you've got morals and, like beliefs, if you throw it out there, maybe it'll come true.
Maybe it will come true. Is that a law of attraction or more of a idea of similarity?
It's just an idea. Because that's what law of attraction is. It's just an idea. same thing as religion. It's just an idea.
So it's just another kind of religious, like, claim.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you believe in this one.
I believe in all things.
Why do you believe in all things? What does that mean?
I believe that we are. I think, therefore I am. I think, therefore I am. So, do you think?
How do you believe in all
Do
things?
you know what that means?
How can you believe in all things?
Talking to... Are you drunk right now?
Who?
You.
No.
Okay.
Do you understand? I think, therefore I am.
Yes.
What does it mean?
What do you think it means?
No, that doesn't answer the question that I asked you.
My brain is functioning.
There was this.
Go ahead.
Who came up with, I think, before, therefore I am?
What does it matter?
Just don't put the cart before the horse.
Shut up.
It matters because the person who came up with that gives exactly what he means when he says that.
Right. So, like, that's what I'm asking. Like, what? Like, do you understand what I think, therefore I am means?
That we're all brain dead?
What?
No.
Oh boy.
So, the person who did it, I'll give you this. His name was Rene Descartes.
Okay. Go on.
Cammy, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Kat.
So when Descartes said, "I think, therefore I am," what he meant was that the only thing he could definitively know was that he was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, he could not definitively prove that anything outside of his own mind existed.
Well, isn't that the argument that all of you are trying to make?
None of us have made any arguments, actually.
But you're trying to trap people in giving them a reason.
What? No.
We're questioning people's beliefs, seeing if they can
But
question.
none of you have given your beliefs. None of you have actually.
Why? If I gave you
provided
my
your beliefs.
Sarah, if I gave you my belief, how does that help you question your own belief?
That's human nature. That's human nature.
I don't need to know.
You're asking the question, and you want to
Sarah.
listen to everybody's responses, but you're not willing to give your own truth.
Yeah, Sarah.
How do you know that?
I don't need to know a single thing about Kat's beliefs in order to question my own belief.
But you're asking me for my beliefs.
Yes, and you
But
don't need to
not
know what my
giving-
belief is. You don't need to know what my belief is in order for you to question your own belief.
But you're questioning my belief, but not giving your belief.
It's like,
So
okay, so if okay, let's say I tell you what my beliefs are, and then I ask you questions about yours. That is going to give you a bias. You're going to have a bias, or you're going to think that I have one because of what I believe, and it may.
That's exactly what you've done to me. That's exactly what you've done.
What have I done to you?
You asked my belief, and then you made fun of it.
How did I make fun of it?
Well, you are like.
I
if
asked you
say
if you
something
knew
that
what it meant.
If I ask something, or I say something that you don't believe in, you rush in and say, "Oh, ha ha ha, that's hilarious."
Did I say that? I didn't say that once. Nobody said that. And you know what? Actually, so Descartes, I think therefore I am, leads to solipsism, and I do believe in that. And so no, I'm not making fun of you at all. I was seeing if you knew what you were saying, because it doesn't seem like you did, and you did not.
Yeah, because when Descartes came up with that, he was stripping away everything that he couldn't know for certain was real. So he stripped away all of his beliefs, every single one of them. And what he was left with was the fact that he doubted everything. And so that's when he sat there and started thinking about it, and he said, well, if I'm doubting, that means I'm thinking. And if I'm thinking, that means I exist. And that's where we got, I think, therefore I am.
Exactly.
And then from there, he built up his entire belief system over again. From that simple thing.
But couldn't we see that from every aspect of life? Like,
do you think you're saying something meaningful or profound?
No.
Okay, then we're gonna move on.
Okay.
But keep asking questions. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Well, go ahead and request on up. We're not here to mock you or belittle you. We're not here to debate or argue. We just want to know if you can question. Then what is it that you believe? And why? Hello, Scissortail. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, no problem. I'm 26.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
I would say the creator. I wouldn't define it and put it in a box.
It's not from any scriptures or faith practices.
I think there are things I draw from my beliefs from scripture and faith practices, but I don't practice any religion.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe in Muhammad, the prophet of Allah?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, do you believe in Jesus?
I believe Jesus was a real person, yes.
I see.
Do you believe Jesus was God?
Do I believe Jesus was God? That's an interesting one, because I believe yes and also no. I think the definition of the way they presented and defined him as God, I disagree with, but I do believe divinity existed within him.
In a special way, or in a way that divinity exists in every human?
I think he accessed it in a very unique way and was able to express it in a very unique way that called to something higher that most people never access.
What is divinity?
What is divinity? I would say aiming for alignment with whatever the creator created and wants to happen, I guess. That one's a loose one for me.
So you believe there's a creator?
Yes.
Why?
Why? Through my own personal experiences and observations and patterns that I recognize within nature, within all creation, within myself.
What pattern are you seeing that informs you that there's a creator?
I watch the behavior I put out into the world, and what's reflected back shows me that there is a a type of behavior that aligns best with a creator existing. Also, things exist, so I believe that
I'm
there
sorry.
is a...
Just to back up, you behave a certain way, and something reflected back tells you there's a creator. What does that even mean?
The fact that there is a... I'm trying to think of a way to explain this. Watching, if I put my heart and soul into something, which I also believe, and what's rewarded and what's not rewarded through those actions within the material world that we exist in, leads me to believe in a creator.
What about actions and consequences indicates a creator?
Because it's not as simple as actions and consequences. Like, obviously, you put a piece of wood in the fire, it's going to catch fire and burn. But I've observed in my own life, like, people can create something, and it can be the exact same thing as another object or whatever, or a piece of art. But if the passion and the desire isn't behind it, it doesn't have the same fruit. So it doesn't... I don't know. That's just what I'm trying to...
I'm not hearing what that has to do with the creator. If you put effort and passion into something, it will do better than something you don't put effort into.
No, I mean, I'm not even just saying that something didn't have effort or passion behind it. I'm saying that if it wasn't in alignment with what it is you're called to within your soul, because I think, like, everybody has a little... I'm not going to say everybody, but I, for one, have a, voice in my head giving me direction and critiquing and trying to better myself. And if I misalign with that... What?
Could that voice just be you?
Yes, it is me. I'm not saying that's not me.
So then what does this have to do with creator? I'm still not hearing the connection to
because I
your
believe that
behaviors,
the
human
consciousness
behaviors,
is
the
all
reflections of behaviors.
emanating
That
out from one.
I'm sorry, consciousness is emitting from what?
From the creator. I believe all of creation is part of the creator.
What is consciousness?
I think, therefore I am.
So consciousness is emitting from a creator, thinking, therefore you am.
Yeah.
What does that mean, emitting from a creator?
What does it mean to have something emit? There was a source. That's all that means.
In what way is it emitting consciousness, and why would you make that assumption? That your
In which way is it emitting consciousness?
Mm-hmm. Why would you make the assumption that your consciousness comes from anywhere other than your own brain?
I mean, I'm willing to say if I was shown that I'm just a brain in the vat and there is nothing else outside of me, well, then I'd be proven wrong. But I from my own observations, my own life, I believe there is a creator that cares about us.
Why is it either brain in a vat or creator
I'm just using
emitting
that's
consciousness?
I'm referring to a bit mind experiment where you can't really prove that you're not a brain in a vat.
Right, but why is it a dichotomy that it's either brain in a vat or creator?
Creator
Why
with
is it a
consciousness.
dichotomy?
Creator
It's
with
not.
consciousness.
I think it can exist anywhere in between those two things. But if I'm giving a choice in what I believe, I'm going to choose to believe in something that aligns with what I feel at the end of the day.
Okay, you said the word source. Source of what?
Source of all things. All that is, all things.
I still don't really understand what that means.
I believe that if there is a God, God is not a simple dude in the clouds watching below, controlling whatever. I believe that if God is real, then therefore I've deduced and believe that God must be all things exist within all that is the creation.
Why do you assume that God would be all things?
Because if it's all powerful, all knowing.
Why would you assume that?
Because that's the only type of God that makes sense.
How?
Why does that make sense?
Why does that make sense? Because that's the only way you can be omnipresent is by being all things.
Why omnipresent?
Yeah.
Does a god have to be omnipresent?
Depends on your definition of God.
Why do you believe God is omnipresent?
What? Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Why do you believe that God is omnipresent?
Why do I believe that God is omnipresent?
Yes, why?
Because I believe that the way I assume the word God means, like, is beyond our own comprehension and understanding that it must be bigger than what we can imagine and be omnipresent.
I'm hearing you say that you just assume that it is.
I've already explained that this is just what I lean towards based on how I feel and perceive the world. I don't have any.
Where do you get the idea that God is omnipresent, though? Where do you get that idea?
Where do I get that idea?
Yeah.
I've already kind of gone over this like a few times where I've said that I believe that God exists in all things and is omnipresent. If it is all things, like
how did you come
everything
up with
down
that?
to the vibration of the universe
I
that
get it.
is
I get it. I
creating
get it.
the
Elmo
material
gets
world
it.
around us.
Elmo understands.
The
But where
vibration
did
is
you?
emitting from the source, which is God, and then therefore
Sincerely.
God exists within all the things that exist in the universe.
Elmo sounds. It sounds like you're talking really fast and saying a lot of different things, but Elmo's still wondering where you get this idea from. Did you get it from your mama? Did you get it from the Bible? Did you get it from? Where did you get it from?
Got it from what God wrote in my heart, and that's all I can say. If you don't understand that, I mean, that's fine.
Do we have to cut you open to see what's in your heart? I mean, what the heck does that mean?
No.
That's kind of
Well,
morbid.
he said it's written on his heart.
What you believe might be a little grosser than what I believe.
You have to be a cardiologist.
Elmo makes a good point, though. like,
What does that mean? Written on your heart?
It means I can feel it.
How is that accessible for anybody else?
I think you can feel it too. That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, well, have a good night then.
All right. All is well.
Do you just assume that others can feel the same thing that you're feeling, or do you have a reason to believe that?
Through the conversations and interactions I've had with other people, everyone has this internal conflict they go through. Yeah, I believe most people have a connection to source and are always in conflict.
Does anybody else notice that we're really boring him, right? This is very inconvenient for him to be here. So
I'm just not sure what exactly.
You can fuck off.
I just really wanted to know what source means, and I don't feel like I was given any type of meaningful explanation on that.
You aren't gonna get any.
No.
Sounded like more of a philosophical argument.
Might have gotten there.
Kind of sounded
Hello,
like a.
Elizabeth. No, didn't guess Elizabeth meant to be here. Okay. Well. I think that's the whole cue. If anybody else has a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you are capable of questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue with you. We're not here to disprove you or burgle your god. We just want to know if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, well then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Well, maybe Elizabeth did mean to be here. Hello, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Almost 35. My birthday's in a few days.
Well, happy birthday.
Happy
Do you have
New
a
Year.
belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And
I
what
believe
god is it
in.
you believe in?
I believe in us. I believe in me and you, and I believe that God is wound so deeply in our DNA that He has to experience all the things we do, or she. I'm not sure. I think it's more like a power source. Like, I don't know, honestly. I think it's more like a power source we can tap into.
What do you mean by power source?
Like when you can ground yourself and calm your mind, that peace you feel, that. I think it's that, honestly.
Why would you call that God? Is that not just a feeling, a state of mind?
But is God not a feeling or a state of mind?
Is that what God is to you?
Maybe. I'm not sure yet. I still haven't landed.
Do you need there to be something to call God?
I feel like peace. I feel like your sense of peace, I think that's probably it. I feel like that has to be it. If there was a God, or anything outside of yourself. Because what else is there other than self? You only talk to you all day, every day. Like,
I don't know, I talk to a lot of people.
I mean, inside your head, though. You only talk to you. all day, every day. God don't speak. No one else speaks ever. And I've tried.
So then why use the word God at all for that?
Because that's the word humans prefer.
Is it a word you prefer for some reason?
No, I don't like it. But that's the word I cling to because I don't have a better word for it. We'll have a better word for it. God has so much hatred wrapped around it. That word. It has so much hate. So I'd like to name it me. Or you. Or him.
Do you believe that it is a mind or a creator, a being beyond yourself? Or is it just something in your mind?
I think it's both. It's both. We create everything. Unfortunately, because we're awful. Humans. Oh. Okay. I gotta quit. We gotta quit speaking negatively. Because the negatives draw more negatives. And I keep trying to do it. And I don't. Ugh. I'm fighting whatever the equivalent of demons are in the spiritual realm. Just things I know that should not happen, that I can control, also do happen. Because I haven't controlled them yet. I don't like the word demons.
You were
Because
the
a
one who
demon
used
is
it.
just, I know, but that's what I'm saying. I keep saying it. I don't like it. But also, they are just an emotional state inside of you. I think all a demon is a monster your inner child created. When some human hurt you, your inner child created a monster to protect them. Oh, they created the demon to protect them because that's all they had.
It's sounding to me, Elizabeth, like you don't believe in a traditional God. That you have
No.
a belief in people and goodness and hope.
No, I want to believe in people and goodness and hope. I don't. That makes it worse. I don't believe that either. Because, ooh, I do, but, ooh, it makes you so mad when you look at the humans.
They are pesky creatures. So, if you don't have a belief in a God, in that sense, I would wonder, then, Elizabeth, why don't you believe in a God?
I do believe in something. I think it's the masculine God they've thrown in our face that makes me so mad about saying God, because that's not it. That bearded man in the sky, that ain't him.
Then what is it? What is God?
It's the peace we can find within ourselves. It's you fighting your inner demons. And not even fighting, just understanding your inner demons. Just gotta talk to them. Like, why did you do this? And they're like, well, because this is BS, and I tried to. And then thank them for protecting you.
Have you ever heard of internal family systems, Elizabeth?
No, haven't.
You might vibe with it.
What is it?
Way of understanding how families work and all the complexities.
I know nothing about them.
It's like a way of, it's a therapeutic way to formulate how you interact with yourself.
What did you say the name of it was?
Internal family systems.
Like just Google it that way?
Mm-hmm.
It's a term.
Do you think there's anything supernatural about the demon that your inner child is creating?
See, I do and I don't. I understand that the inner child creates it to protect you, and it will, but also it doesn't. I don't know. I think I'm caught in a paradox. Like, I can see it so clearly, but also the more clearly I see it, the more it don't make sense. I understand the rage you feel inside of you for whatever reason is your inner child being like, hey! But also, I see that, and which means I can see it with other humans, and it's awful. Like when humans have a tantrum, what do you call it? Karens or Kevins? I can see it. I can see why they did that. It's the worst. It's the worst. I can see patterns so deeply. It's so bad. Oh no, it's not bad. See, and that's what I'm talking about. I gotta quit. Speaking negative. Girl, you know a prayer for this. You know how to get this out of my heart? Because I can feel it ain't meant to be there. You know something to rip this out?
Is that how you speak to yourself?
No, I was asking you. No, I was I was just asking if you know a way.
A way to
rip this feeling out of my heart. Maybe burn it with fire. I'm not sure.
What feeling is that exactly?
I'm not sure either. Do you know a way to take it out?
I don't know. I don't know without knowing what the feeling is, but some of the things that you said.
More than the feeling of uncertainty. You know how to get the feeling of uncertainty out of my heart.
Are you afraid of uncertainty?
No, and that's what makes it worse.
I'm
unsettled. I'm unsettled, and I don't know how to fix it, honestly. Something's done rattled my cage.
Sometimes. Go ahead, Raccoon.
I'm trying to think about how to frame this as a question. If uncertainty shows up when you're trying to understand something deeply, when you're asking the hard questions,
It feels like I'm set on fire. Like when I don't get an answer, I feel like literally like I'm burning alive.
I hate that for you. And uncertainty can be very, very painful. I think that there's definitely something to be said about that. Is it possible, though, that the feeling of uncertainty and the discomfort, that there may be a purpose to that, or there may be a way to,
I hope
maybe not
so.
a purpose
I
to
hope
it,
so.
but
Oh, girl, I hope so.
even if there's not a purpose, though,
No, but if there
that we
isn't,
can,
that makes it worse.
how?
Just burning for naught.
Then doesn't that drive us? Could we possibly use it as a catalyst to something?
I mean, yeah, I do. I do all day, every day. I'm just no.
What does that
It's
look
not.
like?
It's not that I don't enjoy the burn. I do, but I
You don't have
also
to.
would
You're not
love some
required to
relief.
enjoy pain and discomfort. You're not required to do that. There's nothing glamorous or romantic about a catalytic moment, right? We're never driving down the road happy as a clam, and all of a sudden we're slamming on the brakes going, I need to change my entire fucking life. It never happens in moments of comfort, right? These catalytic moments are not meant to be comfortable. And so to try to put this blanket of, I enjoy the burn, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You can just embrace the suck for a minute, acknowledge that it sucks. But then what are we going to do? Where are we shifting? It's not going to suck forever. So how do we shift? Why does it suck? What is behind the uncertainty? What is at the root of it? And how do we move through this, right? And that doesn't mean also that you're going to sacrifice your faith because you're uncomfortable either. So, like, immediately assuming that questioning something will lead you to a lack of faith, you're creating more pain for yourself. See where it goes. See what the question is. What is at the root here? You know what I mean? If you're trying to understand something deeply, it may lead to a more sincere faith. It may lead to a clearer outlook that's not aligned with your current beliefs, but that's also okay. Wrestling with uncertainty, while painful, doesn't mean it's not meaningful or sacred, you know?
What do you think of that, Elizabeth?
I think we're supposed to live inside of a paradox, is what it sounds like.
Supposed to?
Supposed to.
Supposed to?
Fucking, I
That's
can't.
a lot of supposed to.
Supposed to?
Hello.
Well, we're all asking, why do you think supposed to? Why do you think there's some intention that we should
Okay,
have to
well, then we
live in
do
a
live in a paradox. We have to, it's such a paradox. Ooh, that's, okay, that's where I'm mad. It's a paradox.
What's
Ooh,
the paradox?
everything.
What is the
Ooh,
paradox?
okay, y'all. With y'all slow voices make me see myself. Rude. Ooh, okay.
Are you feeling... What's going on for you right now, Elizabeth?
I'm trying to find myself without losing my mind, honestly.
It's a difficult journey.
Why do you feel like you are supposed to exist in this discomfort?
See, I don't. I don't feel like I'm supposed to exist in this comfort, and that's the worst part.
What is
I
the
know
paradox
how
then?
important and how. Ooh, I feel how important and also how it doesn't matter if I don't at the same time. That's what I'm saying, the paradox.
Doesn't matter to who? It definitely matters to you, right? So when you say it doesn't matter, who are you talking about?
But if it doesn't matter to me also, though, like it's
Does
just...
it not matter?
Ooh.
Is this all hypothetical or like... What do you mean it doesn't matter?
No, this was just self.
Okay. So it does matter.
But it also doesn't. Like, we're so important, and we can change worlds, and we can do anything. Anything. But also, if we choose to sit still and just cross our legs and close our eyes, we still survive that way.
Where does the assumption that you can do everything and change everything come from?
Inside.
Do you have any... If that were true, do you think the world would look like it does? If anybody could change anything and do anything and everything about everything that's happening around us, if the world was not happening to us, but because of us, wouldn't it look a little bit different? Do you think that people have chosen or signed on to or created the things that are happening around them?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Why would it be painful then?
Because maybe I've created that path for me to feel pain. I'm not sure.
Oof,
I'm
why
not
would
sure.
you? Why would you?
I don't know. Maybe it's a life experience I wanted to experience. I'm not sure. But I understand that I've paved my life. It's not that I don't understand that. But I'm also mad that maybe I'm a masochist. Maybe I like pain. Like,
did you have anything to do with the circumstances you were born into?
Did you choose it?
I don't know. I don't know. Did I? I don't know. See, that's the parallel.
Do you have any reason
that
to
burdens
think you
me.
did, Elizabeth? Do you have
I
any reason
did
to...
choose it.
Why do you think you chose it? Not why choose, but why do you think that?
Oh no, I wanted me to be strong for something, I think. Like, I could tear down a wall with my teeth. I just don't know why I should have to do so. Like, I think I've created myself so strong, like, to tear down walls. But also, there's no walls to tear down. So, why do you... I don't know. I create strength is what I derive for, is survival and strength. And I'm doing it to my kids. I got kids. And I'm creating strength in them. Do you think it's important? I do. I don't know. But also I don't know, and that makes it worse. Like, Do you think there is a world that they don't have to survive? Like, I would love that, but also I'm trying to make my kids strong.
The two ideas are
They
not...
don't have to be.
Do those two ideas depend on one another? Can you teach your children resilience and strength?
And love at the same time?
And love.
Ugh.
And also not teach them a belief system based in something that you're doubting. Do you feel that teaching them about resilience and strength and love requires the belief system that you hold?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
I
So,
just would like them to hold the frequency of please defend humans and please love. Just
well, it doesn't require a belief system to teach those things. As far as like a supernatural belief system, I should say. Beliefs extend beyond that. But like,
what do I tell them about the supernatural? Because I ain't landed. Like, I don't got a direct path to tell them. Like,
do you need to tell them anything?
Yes, they
Why?
well, maybe. I don't know. That's the problem. Is I don't know. I'm so landed and I don't know. I'm so mad that
It's
I don't
okay.
know. I don't know.
It's all right. I love the I don't know. What I don't love is that it's causing you pain, right? And so, like, when you are teaching someone about love, you don't need a supernatural explanation for that, right? If you're teaching someone about resilience and strength and how to handle the things that life hands to them, there are plenty of stories. If we need a story, there's plenty of poetry, there's plenty of fables and parables we can lean on to give an example of who stood where and how they showed up and how it's applicable to that situation, right? Do you believe that that is dependent on a religious belief system or a supernatural belief?
What
It
about
doesn't need to be fictional, really. It can be, there's plenty of examples.
just teaching?
Hmm?
Are you asking about teaching?
Yeah. These are things you're teaching your kids. It doesn't do you believe that it has to rely on a religious belief system?
No, I've never laid religious beliefs in my children because I don't know. I don't know the answer.
That's
so
great.
I lay just be nice to people. Just be nice to people is all.
And
Love them.
maybe it's that simple. Like when you're so what you're
That
telling
makes
me.
it worse. That is that simple.
How?
Like,
Why?
because my parents didn't figure it out.
They are humans with their own preset, pre-programmed belief system that doesn't mean they're correct.
And isn't that the point of life, to have it a little bit easier than our parents before us?
Why is it hard? Why is that hard?
Because I have a disembodied belief system that my mother distilled in me of what life should be, I think. So when I try to make life the way I feel like it should be, I feel rage, I think. I just want to scream it. Just no!
Is it okay if your mother believes what she does?
Yes, she can believe what she does, but also don't burn my life to the ground because you believe that way.
She can't. Do you feel that your ability to be liberated from the belief system you were raised in is dependent on permission from her? Or
Maybe.
validation? Why is that?
She was kind of brutal.
I get that, but why would her permission matter?
I don't know, but it still eats me. It eats me. It eats. I don't know. I don't know why.
I get
If
it.
you have an answer, I would love to hear it. You know,
Uh,
if there's a demon to cast out, if you know how to do
no,
that,
there's
if that's
not.
a thing.
No.
There's not.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. My mother eats me alive most days. And I know it's me, and now I get to do so. It's not that I don't know that it's me. That's that's not the problem. I just ain't found the solution, I think.
You are not the problem.
Elizabeth, what we're doing here is probably pretty heavy and difficult on top of some of the other things that it sounds like you're expressing. And it sounds like a lot of it's kind of coupled together. We're mostly just questioning what it is you believe as far as gods. And if you can, to see if you can, and it seems like you really can, not only question it, but battle with yourself over it and what it means in the deeper implications of every facet of your life, and that is difficult. I wonder if you have other people in your life to talk to about these things.
No. No, I speak to me in source, and that's why I reach out to the internet.
I would definitely recommend looking into getting someone that you can talk to professionally about some of this. It can help so much, and also to see if there's some community that might help. That is always good to have somewhere to talk to like-minded people questioning. Are those things you might look into?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a question, but I just want to say
Go ahead, Kat.
I was convinced by my mother for a very long time that I was the problem, with all the problems constantly. And it's a really hard place to be, and it's a really hard thing to think, and it's a really hard thing to start not thinking. But just so you know, you're not the problem. At least not all the problems. Probably not most of the problems, or maybe not any of them. It's not you.
It's not that I don't know that. It's trying to forgive my mother for treating me the way she does. When I understand that hurt humans hurt humans. Her mother hurt her, and she hurt me because she didn't understand how. Because her mother didn't understand how. That's the problem. Is I see the loop. I see it, but also
you don't have
to be
forgive her,
mom.
and you don't have to accept it from her.
Yeah.
You can do it. I believe in you. You are strong. You are strong. And that's all I have to say.
I appreciate you, Elizabeth, coming up and answering the questions, opening up, and being vulnerable when you didn't have to be. Thank you for sharing with us and going on this journey. But I do think we are going to move forward. I hope that you keep asking questions and that you come back and let us know if you find any answers.
When I find them, I will give them to you, I promise.
And I will question them. I promise that.
Please do so, because I'm never sure. I'm never sure.
That's
yeah,
not cool,
it
Cookies. I
performance
need to hear you
anxiety.
to get
It's normal. Anyway, Rob, it's nice to see you.
I wonder if Rav fell asleep. Oh, no, he's down there in the chat, chatting.
Yeah, he's here.
I believe in the god Tyr, Thrayle.
Tyr.
Yeah.
Is in Tyr. Tyr.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
You believe that God exists.
Good to see you all too.
That's a really far jump from no gods exist to I believe in this god.
Just this one.
It's like a huge leap.
One out of a pantheon.
He was saved. He found him today.
I found Tyr today, and it's just the one. The rest of them don't
That's
exist.
a huge
just
leap.
This one does.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Yurza.
How did you find Tyr?
Me?
Awesome.
You're asking me?
I'm asking Hammy where he found Tyr. Where
On
was
my
Tyr
bathing
hiding?
suit growing up.
What?
Yeah, you never heard of Tyr bathing suits?
No!
Oh, hold on a second.
Thank
Oh
you,
no.
Cat Father. And also, I didn't, while we were talking earlier, I didn't thank Emily, but thank you, Emily, for the star map. And there was another one there, too. But thank you.
Hamhawk.
Yes.
What criteria are you using to determine that Tyr is the real one and the rest are all false gods?
Well, you see,
Else doesn't exist.
rest of that.
Justice is the only thing.
No other experience exists.
No other experience. They're all made up.
You know what? You're right. You're right. No further questions, Your Honor. Are there no other gods of justice? There have to be. Why Tyr specifically?
They're
Why
just-
that pantheon?
Oh, because I love the story of Tyr.
Oh, so
Which
he
one?
just believes in it because he likes the story.
The other characters in the story
Because justice
don't exist.
There's
They're all just
TYR bathing suit.
They're all just.
It's incredible.
We do have a
That's
new
the Tyr
guest.
I believe in.
And I'm gonna question Hammy out of this god, probably pretty easily. Milo, can I get
Is that your
age?
presumed goal? Sorry.
No. But it is Hammy's. Tyr is already in the shed. That's true. There's multiple copies of gods in the shed. Lilo, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure. It's 24.
And do you have a belief in a god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm an omnist.
You're an omnist.
Yes.
So does that mean that you believe in all gods, all religions, all creeds? Or is it just some thread that runs through them that you find
I just believe that all religions hold some type of truth. Like, I feel like it's a shared spiritual understanding. I do think that there is some, it's like, it's more to this, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just us and then that's it, you know what I mean? But as an omnist, I see, I guess, a higher power or God not as like one fixed image or definition experience in their own ways. So I think there's like everybody can't be lying. You know what I'm saying? Like there's definitely something, in my opinion.
You
I
say
don't know. I don't
everybody
know.
can't be lying. Can a lot
You
of people be?
know?
Can a lot of people be wrong?
Yes, for sure. But
Can they
as
be
far as
mistaken?
yes, for sure. I think like when you look at organized religion, I think a lot of it is perception. But when you take something like religion, especially organized religion, and use it as a tool to, I guess, be manipulative or try to gain financial gain or like political status, that's when it's like wrong. There's a difference between
I'm
like
I'm
religion
not
and
hearing.
faith.
I'm sorry. I'm hearing how it can be misused. How is it that you're saying that there's a thread of truth that runs through all of them? What is that, though? Or
To me, that's majority faith based. So
faith-based?
like
What do you mean?
all faith-based ideologies, it all circles around pretty much the same thing, a higher power. So it's like even if you don't believe in the text, if you don't believe in organized religion, in my opinion, with me being an omnist, I don't see it as like a fixed image or definition. I think it's just a way that people experience it in their own ways. That there's things that we can't explain. You know what I
So
mean?
try to explain them, and you think they're all right?
No,
Okay.
but I think it holds some truth.
So do you think there's a creator being that created all things and wants something from you?
No.
Okay, so that counts out like a whole bunch of different religions. Do you think that there's a creator being at all?
Mm, yes, but not in the way that humans think. Like it's
So that counts
incomprehensible.
out most of the other religions if it's not in the way humans think, right?
Hmm.
Thought, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so then it's not about religions having something right about God. Um, so then, when you think of a God, um, what is it that you think of?
I think of the incomprehensible. Like it's not meant for me to understand. I don't think of an entity that's in a chair that's like overseeing something like that because you can't, right? Like God is not meant to
What
be
do
fixed,
you put
you
on
know. I think, and maybe it's because I did study like quantum physics and stuff like that. I think it's just something that is integrated in a way that I gotta explain it. I think it's just more so like a collective consciousness, if that makes sense.
it? What
And
does
I
that
think
mean?
they're
What is collective consciousness?
like, okay, for example, you know when people are like, you know, when they pass away and like, you know, near death experiences and stuff like that, a lot of people be like, oh, it was hallucinations, whatever, cool. But it's like situations.
Can you give me an example of a paranormal situation that can't be explained?
Oh yeah. I'll say like sleep paralysis, for example, is like
You're saying that
across the
can't be explained.
no, like science cannot. We don't even know the basis of dreams. We don't even know like what
The
astral projection
basis?
really
What do you
is.
mean the basis?
Like we can't put a reason like on a scientific level of like what are dreams. We know that it can be a collective of your personal experiences, trauma, whatever, but we do deja vu and stuff like that. Like there's things that we just can't explain.
There's things we can't explain, and so, therefore, collective consciousness.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
When I say collective consciousness, I'm talking about like with most people that have NDEs, they describe it as if it is like a collective consciousness. Like they're not seeing, harps and angels,
I'm
but it's
sorry,
like,
you say most people who have NDEs. Where are you gathering this data for
oh,
most?
when they do like clinical trials and stuff like that, and they ask like when people have near death experiences, like what was your experience? And some people say they see Jesus. Some people say they whatever their religious orientation, they
So
tie that
some
into
people
it.
see hearts and angels, and
Yeah,
some
but
people
for the
see.
most part, you know what I'm saying. But for the most part, it's like a being, a higher entity of some
Are you
sort.
sure?
Yeah, if we're looking at these, they're tying it to some type of higher entity.
By most, what percentage are you saying?
In the
Or are
United
you
States,
guessing?
no, in the United States, it's about 40% of NDEs. They all collectively say that it's some type of higher power that they experience. The majority of the people are always saying that there was some type of higher power
Where did you
tied.
get the global? Where did you get the global statistics? You said you got that from Mayo Clinic, 40%.
I was talking about the
If I
United
looked that up.
States. Yeah, I was talking about the United States. But if we're
So
talking
then,
about global,
but then you said globally, it's most. So not
yes,
the U.S.
yes.
So
Of like Oxford, Mayo Clinic, like I said, Cleveland Clinic, because Cleveland Clinic, yes, it's in the U.S., but Cleveland Clinic is sporadic around the globe. Mayo Clinic as well. What is that?
the statistics on NDEs,
Yes.
and when you gathered the statistics on NDEs.
even with like different universities.
A little bit better now. So, do you know how capable your brain is? Do you know why?
Your brain. Do you know why people say it's a hallucination, or what the like function of this is in your brain?
Yes.
Like, do you know why your brain does this?
Yes, especially when you're, I guess, quote unquote, crossing the veil. There's a lot of chemicals and a lot of shit
Right,
that's
but do you
going
know
on in your
why your
brain.
brain? Why do you know why your brain's giving you all those chemicals?
Yes.
Why?
It's a way for you. Your brain is fighting for you to stay alive. It's a way for you to try to stay on for as long as it can. It's a way to where your brain is malfunctioning, so it's trying to give you some sort of comfort in a sense.
Yeah, kinda. It's one of our brain's primary functions is to protect us from trauma, and that's what it's trying to do. It's not necessarily trying to keep you alive. I mean, maybe, but not necessarily. It's like protecting you from this trauma, right? It recognizes that your heart has stopped, your body is unaliving. Now it's trying to protect you from the trauma of that. So it would show you something. You would experience something that will probably be comforting to you and in line with what you believed when you believe, like when happens to you when you're unaliving. My point here all is to say that I feel that maybe part of the reason you believe that it is supernatural is because you had this experience and it felt so real. All your senses were like lit up with this thing. And it's hard to conceptualize that could be a hallucination or not real. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So your brain is fully capable of producing these kind of hallucinations in extreme situations. Like that will ignite all of your senses, like the sound and the feel and it is so incredibly real. And I know because I have experienced this, and it is so real feeling that it's hard to believe or even conceptualize that it's not real, that it is just in your brain. But it is possible that the explanation is not supernatural, that it is just in your brain. And is this a school of thought that you would be willing to look into and accept if you found sufficient evidence?
Yeah, I literally look into it all the time, and that's why I joined this panel, because it's like nobody knows, and that's what makes it so fascinating. Because when I brought up NDEs, both believers and non-believers that report NDEs, for the most part, they're all talking about the same thing. And if we're
It's
looking at it from for a scientific basis, it's like, yes, you can definitely put it as, you know, a neurological perspective, to where you're going through a traumatic event. So it's
it may
like
be
there are
anecdotal,
things, you know what I'm
but
saying? Exactly. So it's
it may
like you
be,
can look at
sorry,
it.
I'm sorry, I want to say something. It may be anecdotal, but in my experience in questioning people with NDEs, I find that a lot of them, I mean, if there was an overwhelmingly similar experience, it would be that of nothing.
On an anthropological level, it's like when I was saying earlier, like everybody can't be lying, I wasn't even talking about religion. It's just like in history, it's just like we can also acknowledge, especially where we're at today with science. Like science is very important, science is very real, but there are certain things, in my opinion, to where it's just like, wow, like there are some things that we just do not know. With all the technology and all the medicine that
Things
we
we
have,
do not know.
you know, exactly, and
Are
that's
you
what makes
saying
it
that
fascinating.
in those spaces, though, where we do not know, we should assume that it is this supernatural?
I don't think it's an assumption. Rather, it's just more so of a thing of just like, what could it be? And that's why I joined this live. Where it's like, could
You
it be
said you're
supernatural? Could it
educated
be?
in quantum mechanics and quantum physics.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
What does that mean? Quantum.
So with like quantum physics and quantum mechanics, the way that I integrated that into my belief in Omism, the unit of relativity, like even in our own solar system, right? Like you can go on one planet and the timing is different than from here. And it's like, even if you've ever seen the movie Interstellar.
I just
that doesn't
asked
have anything to do with quantum.
I just asked what the meaning of quantum was.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You sound.
What is the meaning of quantum? That's what I asked.
Oh, it's basically the branch of like physics that studies the behavior of matter and energy.
Matter and energy. What is energy?
I'm sorry, my AirPods are dying. 1 second.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, sorry, my AirPods are dying. What did you say?
What is energy?
The best way I can describe it is like a power that is derived from a resource, whether it's chemically, physically, yeah, pretty much. In this sense, if we're talking about quantum physics.
In quantum physics, what is energy?
Like I just said, the power that is derived from a resource.
What resource? Can you give
Chemically, physically, chemically or physically.
Power.
Chemically or physically, yeah. It's quanticized, so it can only exist at certain levels.
Quanticized. You said it was a branch of physics that studies matter and energy, and then you said it's quanticized. So does that mean it's matter and energy-sized? What does that mean?
Just quantum. It's a quantity of energy in a magnitude of frequency.
A magnitude of frequency. When you say you studied quantum physics, what does that mean? Like you looked it up online?
No, I went to college for physics.
You went to college for quantum physics?
Yes. I wanted to be a physicist once upon a time.
They said that quantum physics is the study of energy and matter.
Yes, for the most part, yeah.
For the most part. What about for the least part?
I'm not understanding.
Because, well, from my understanding, quantum physics is talking about physics that's on the quantum scale.
But quantum physics is a branch of physics that studies a specific behavior.
And it's about
it's about matter and energy.
Physics. It studies physics on the quantum scale.
Is the rest of physics not about matter and energy?
Yes, but what makes it quantum is more so of like an atomic level. Where like classical physics do not necessarily apply. That's what makes it different.
So it's at a quantum level.
Yes.
An atomic level, you said.
Yes.
So it's smaller.
Not smaller, but different.
Oh. Not smaller.
It's more so of like electrons, like studying how, certain particles behave more so.
And that's not smaller.
No, it's just different. I don't want to say it's smaller.
It's not.
It's just a branch of physics.
It's not the branch of physics that studies the very small.
I don't want to say it's smaller though. It's still important.
No, not smaller as an importance, smaller in scale.
Yeah, I still wouldn't say that it's smaller.
I can't get my head against this wall anymore. Does anybody else have any more questions?
I have several, but it's all over the place because of NDEs and quantum. But because of because all these people, including people who didn't believe, were experiencing some kind of spiritual thing, that it must have come from something spiritual.
I'm not saying must. Like I said, I don't know all the answers, but I do find it interesting that the majority are saying that.
Could it not be for the fact that, culturally speaking, the entire culture is inundated with religious iconography?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I said, could it not be because of the fact that, culturally speaking, the entire culture is inundated with religious iconography?
Yes, that could be true.
So, you were saying that this helps you understand, or helps it to where you start believing that that something spiritual is happening. And if we can understand that this could be a cultural phenomenon, which is why people have these experiences during NDEs, how is that spiritual in nature?
I think if we're looking at like what is the denotative definition of spiritual, it's almost like it's relating to a human soul spirit that is basically opposing the physical realm. So when people are experiencing these things, it is technically an out-of-body experience. It's something that you would have never experienced in everyday life. So it's like, that's why I'm saying, I think it's just fascinating that we can say one thing and we can say another thing, but we don't know what's true. So that's why I'm like, we don't know. So how can we know the definitive?
So
We don't know the
so
definitive.
so we don't know, therefore we should assume that it's spiritual.
No, I don't think we should assume, but I think it's just interesting that throughout history, throughout religion, throughout people's personal experiences, and they didn't grow up in a religious household, they're all kind of saying similar things. It just makes you think, could it be? Why could it not be? That's all I'm saying.
I don't have any more questions. I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions that you did, the best that you did, and I hope that you keep asking questions. But yeah, we're moving on. I could have done a poll there, but I've done polls before that voted me as a dictator, so there we go.
It's literally your life.
You did a poll and somebody said you were a dictator for it?
No, we voted this a dictatorship, not a democracy. We voted for it to be a dictatorship, not a democracy.
Oh, okay.
That makes perfect sense.
I thought so.
I mean, it is his life. If he wants to be a dictator about his life, he's more than welcome.
He's like,
Well, like, if he is a dictator, he is the worst dictator ever.
right.
Honestly, I do find omnism very interesting. I would have questions about that, but I don't want to get into fucking NDEs and quantum things.
I don't know that was omnism, really.
That was what I was going to get into, but also I feel like with the, there's just certain points where you hit a wall, and that's okay.
Yeah. Oh, raccoon.
I'm still kind of flabbergasted at the whole entire idea that quantum physics is just the study of energy and matter.
Well,
I wanted
your flabbers are
to inform you that Martha is going back to church in the morning, but she said she will come tomorrow night to give us an update.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, I would love to speak with her.
I know. I figured you would want to know that she will be here giving us an update on that tomorrow. So, yeah, there we go.
Thank you.
Who's Martha?
Martha is this incredible LDS woman who's currently practicing and is so honest and open to questions that it was one of the most refreshing conversations I've ever had with a theist. Like, he's so genuinely open.
Was she the one that Was she the one that Raph couldn't question anymore?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
But she's been back here a couple times since, and then Thrayle didn't host a live on Tuesday, I think, so I did, and her raccoon hadn't met her yet, and they talked for 2 hours or something. It was great. It was a really great conversation.
I don't felt bad, but it was such a good conversation. I feel like I hope, here's my hope. I hope that everyone got as much out of it as I did, because that was fucking fascinating. That was.
I did. I think there was twice where both of you were like, "Sorry for taking over," and I was like, "No, you could go ahead." It's great.
Cat Father, what happened was Martha came up here on the panel when Rab was here. Rab asked a few questions and then just out of nowhere said, "Thrayle, I can't ask her any more questions. She's just too sweet."
She's sweet, but she's also she is sweet, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to question her. And she can fucking handle it. You ask her respect so highly is that she's adorable, and I'm never ever pushing somebody to cause them harm or pain. I genuinely want to know where their belief stems from, and she genuinely enjoys exploring it, and it's so beautiful. I love it. I love it. I love her.
Yeah, she can take all the hard questions.
Good morning, y'all.
Good morning, Missy.
Good morning,
It's still
Missy.
yesterday. What are you talking about?
Pain. Like when I'm asking Martha questions, I'm not trying to dog walk Martha. She's adorable. I love her. We genuinely want to understand, and she's so willing to go down that path. I love it.
There, and she was there at the same time. I was like, oh, it's gonna be so good. Oh, it's gonna be so good.
I would love
We
to
have an Augustine
along
in the
those
chat.
lines here now, because like questioning beliefs is what we do. I would love to have a believer up.
We have an Augustine. We have an Augustine in the chat who is espousing the fact that they are God's true chosen one.
They're here to stop all the devil worshippers and all the devil in Jesus Christ. What?
Amen, Thrayle. Amen.
I had a Satanist earlier who said that they worshipped Satan. And then when I asked them what Satan was, they said it didn't exist. Yeah. They were... I think
I
they were
totally worship this thing. Oh, what is it? Oh, it doesn't. It's not the real Thrayle.
And the question I asked was the usual one, like, do you believe in a God or God's higher power or anything? And they're like, Satan. I'm a Satanist. I worship Satan. What does that mean? Oh, I'm an atheist.
So then you don't have a God or gods or higher power you worship.
They were very confused.
I fuck with the humanitarian Satanist though, where it's like satire. Like I love that so much.
Yeah.
But that doesn't sound like that's what this was.
I don't know. It was hard to know because I didn't let them stay very long when they started getting attitude.
Oh, our new friend Augustine says Elon Musk is a devil worshiper and he knocked him down.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Real quick, I'm going to thank Missy and Catfather, Philly Red Angel, Shell, also Emily, Sinole, Hammy, Law of Attraction, Artificial Red, and 96. Thank you guys so much for helping with that goal. I appreciate all of you. And if anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, well, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. We're not here to make you look like a fool, though you may do that on your own. We're here just to see if you can question your beliefs and to see if you know what that belief is and why you believe it. Thank you, 96. And thank you, Shell. Wow.
Do you guys think that people hold?
No.
Absolutely.
Let's get into it, chat.
Oh shit, look at that. Did you see those 2 galaxies right in a row?
That was amazing.
I did.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I think so, because I think like someone like David Miscavige, I don't think he truly believes in the Scientology stuff.
But that wouldn't be a belief, right? That's a tool.
Well, some people within the Scientology do believe it.
Can you tell us what you mean by dishonest belief?
Yes, let me clarify.
So when I'm saying dishonest beliefs, I'm saying they have been presented with evidence or they've been presented with really nothing to hold on to there. That and like in the case of Scientology, that it literally was created by someone as a tool, that it causes harm. This happens a lot, especially in mainstream religions. You can point out the places where undeniable, to me, I can say that for me. So this is where it would be a dishonest thing for me. It's undeniably created for a purpose, and that purpose is control or wealth or grifting or causing harm or whatever that may be, right? There's a lot of different reasons that people start religions. But the believers, like, do you think they can and still actually believe it? Like, is there such a thing as a dishonest belief?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's willful ignorance. Like even if like you're presented with it, like you can choose to ignore it, you know, and pretend like it doesn't exist and continue your belief.
Everybody who follows Joel Osteen, I would say, yes.
It's because we were just speaking with an omnist, and their whole thing is kind of like all religions hold some version of the truth or hold some truths. But like, I just, what does true even mean in that context? You know what I mean? Like, and if I invented a new religion, this is what comes up for me all the time. These religious claims, are they all equally valid? Are they all like what does that even mean? What does that even mean?
They're probably all equally invalid.
That's where I mean I fuck with that. I fuck with that hard. But like I can't, and I'm not trying to be offensive here, but many different claims that happen that I find them irreconcilable, if that's even a fucking word, that I don't know that that belief system can be an honest one. Like you know what I mean? I feel like that's just me. I'm not saying that that's true, right?
Well, if it's an honest belief, then I would say that you cannot hold a belief unless you honestly believe it, right? So they have like there's honesty there, or there's honesty in your belief. Even if someone were to believe that, okay, let's say someone were to believe that decorating a Christmas tree was good for them, right? And that they truly believe that, honestly, that it will help their health. Whether accurate information doesn't necessarily mean that the person is being dishonest. They hold the belief for some reason, and they honestly believe that.
Right, and that's where I guess that's is the
but if
dishonesty.
you're
Like it seems dishonest to me. Sorry, Kat, keep going, keep going.
If you're being dishonest with yourself, it's still dishonesty.
Right. And that's what I'm like, it's dishonesty based in ignorance, whether willful, I don't know.
If it's willful ignorance, it is dishonest.
No, and to the second one, because you then also talked about belief systems. I think that those can be dishonest, but not belief itself.
Yeah.
We do have a new guest joining us. Hello, Eric. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
48.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods higher power or anything like that?
Well, I am a god and I'm the power. Wait, the values of God or what God means?
What does it mean when you say you are God?
Well, just morals.
I don't think you're quite answering the question. What does it mean when you
No,
say
I answered the question. I said morals is
Okay,
God.
here's
So
the
if you're
thing. We're not
born,
here to debate or argue. I'm not
okay.
going to do the talking over, the shouting at thing. So I gone ahead and muted you for the moment. And I'm going to ask you again, what does it mean when you say that you are God?
Can you talk lower?
Yes, I can.
Because if you talk lower, I'll listen.
Okay. Well, if you decide to the moment, I'm not putting up with that.
I would have said you could have put on the meatwad voice when you said, yes, I can talk.
I would have done the Elmo voice. Remember, I warmed that one up.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Elmo.
Nope, he didn't want to try again. But we are at 100. You guys tapping that screen, sharing the live out, letting other people see this on the FYP. Maybe one of them will come in here and actually question their beliefs instead of, well, whatever that last one did.
Did you hit 300,000 last night? This morning?
We did, right at the end.
Yeah, I woke up when you were at 283, and then I immediately fell back asleep. But
Since we did get to 139,000, are we going to hear Elmo now, or is your throat still too scratchy?
I could do a really high-pitched ooh voice.
Not for free, Missy. Not for free.
We don't ooh woo around here for free.
Not for free.
Oh, they're paying you now.
That's so sweet of you guys. I'm so thankful for that. Thank you.
oh God, what did that remind you of? Who did that remind you of, rather?
I don't know if it's really like a comfortable thing for me to do, but I could try it.
Try?
I could try it. Yeah.
She's practicing on mute.
I have nothing appropriate to say, so I'm going to mute up again.
I understand. You're the live 140,000 now. You guys are amazing.
Anyway, if you have a belief in a god or gods or anything like that,
Or anything like that, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well then go ahead and request on up. We're not here to debate you or argue. I don't want to burgle your God, though there is plenty of room in the shed. I'm actually shopping for a new shed.
I think it's about time with the way you've described the shed, dude.
Yeah, I think I need a new shed.
And if you can't question your beliefs and you still request it, then why? Why did you do that?
All I know is, oh, there might be a new guest coming. Oh, never mind. Oh,
maybe. We will see. Hey, Rome. I do need your age, but I don't need your camera. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
What did you say? You said what?
Age.
23.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Of course I do. I do. I believe in a higher power. I believe we are all part of a collective. Higher power, I guess you could refer to it as God.
What god do you believe in?
I don't believe God is specifically like a gender. I believe, if anything, God is energy. So essentially, we would be God.
What is energy?
Mm-hmm.
What is
Like,
what
you want the definition
is
or...
energy? You said God is energy. What is energy?
Well, energy is everything within us. I mean, it can't be created nor destroyed. Everything is inside of energy.
You say everything is inside of energy. I'm not quite following. What is energy?
Okay, I don't know what you mean by what is energy. I'm sorry. I mean, like,
Asking
you truly don't know. You need me to get the definition?
Oh my goodness. You said that God is energy. I'm asking, what is energy?
It's God.
is it a physical force?
A physical force? I mean, you have kinetic energy. You have. I don't think it's like a physical force, but.
You're talking about God energy. What are you talking about?
On it for just a moment. While you think on it for just a moment, I'm going to thank Jace, also Hammy, Emily, Missy, and Shell. Thank y'all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate you. So,
we're supposed to
if you had to, I was talking. So, if you had to define energy in a way other than God, how might you do that?
You said if I had to do what?
You're trying to define. We were asking what God is. You said energy. We've been leaned by energy. If you had to define this energy that is God without using the word God or energy, how might you do that?
You can't.
You can't.
No, I'm not
define
typing. I was liking the
it.
last.
You can't define it.
I don't think anybody can.
You don't think anybody can define energy?
No, I don't think anybody can define what God is. I mean,
But you just said that it was energy. So, like,
I'm saying
can you define
that's
energy?
what I believe.
Right? Can you define energy?
That's what I said. I can pull up the definition for it if we're not
Should
doing
you
it
be
in my
using?
own words.
No, we are. We're asking for in your own words. What is energy?
Energy flows within everything that we know right now.
No, what is energy?
What makes this energy divine rather than just natural?
Oh wow, she put it in really good words. Well, you're saying what makes it divine?
Mm-hmm. What makes you believe that energy is something that is created by something supernatural rather than just a natural process?
I think that has to do with subjective personal experiences that people have.
This is your belief we're looking into.
Yeah,
beliefs. What makes this energy divine?
I've had supernatural things happen to me that I can't explain, and science couldn't explain it either. So, it's like when you have certain experiences, you kind
When
of
you say
question that.
supernatural, what do you mean by that?
What do you mean, what do I mean by supernatural? Like things that I can't explain. Like me falling off of like something far and I'm supposed to hit the ground and I don't. That type of experience.
But you said you have had a supernatural experience. Could you expand on that for us?
Example I just gave, I was, I think I was walking on the monkey bars and I literally fell off of one of them, and it was the way that I had hit the ground. Yeah, I couldn't explain. I just couldn't explain how. And for me, if I can't explain something, I question it, and it's like nothing else would have saved me. You know what I'm saying?
That sounds like.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was saying, go ahead.
Oh, awful. Is that experience?
Not just that experiences, multiple other experiences I've had.
So,
if something, sorry, I just want to.
Nope, you are going to ask the
happens,
same question I'm going to ask. Yep, you got it.
Okay. If something happens that you can't explain, is this something?
Well, not everything, just certain experiences, I would say.
So, are there things you don't assume are supernatural?
Yeah.
So what?
Well, I don't really assume. I mean, I don't assume. I mean, if I have a fact.
Supernatural?
I mean, I don't assume. I mean, if I have a fact, I'm not gonna. I'm saying if I can't scientifically prove something,
then you assume it's supernatural.
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean?
I mean, why?
I mean, why wouldn't you?
Why would you, though? Like, why are you turning my question into a question?
I'm not.
It's not.
I'm sorry. I'm not trying to come off as.
Why?
Every single branch of physics?
You said, do I know what?
Every single branch of physics.
No.
Could you, so, like, if it could be explained by physics, why would you assume?
You have something that couldn't be explained by physics. What else? How else would you define that in a scientific way?
If you don't know, oh, go ahead, Ken.
Something that we just have not found doesn't mean that it's supernatural.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of things that humans didn't know in the past that were then defined as not supernatural, right?
Yes.
So why would we assume that anything is just because we don't know what the cause is?
I understand that. What I'm saying is supernatural.
It's a bit odd to jump to I can't explain this, therefore supernatural. supernatural.
Well, yeah, that is
Instead
a
of just saying, I can't.
So, if you had a personal experience, Rome keeps answering questions with questions, which is getting nowhere.
Yeah,
Well, I
let's
mean,
not read chat.
no, I was reading the
Yeah,
chat.
well,
Yeah, but
reading the
you're on
chat
the
gets
panel.
us nowhere.
If you want to be on the panel, you back down and you can type all you want.
Wow, you guys are really strict in here.
Cool.
I had questions.
He didn't know how to converse.
Your questions would have only been productive if he was willing to answer them, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I was saying he didn't answer any of the other ones, so.
How are you guys?
Hey there, Chuck. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
42.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Damn, your voice, bro, is really low. Yeah, I mean, I believe in a higher power, not any one particular. I don't know. That's why I believe in something.
I'm not sure I understand. You say
So-
you don't know, so that's why.
Right.
You believe in something. What is something?
Something greater than me, I just don't know what. But I'm open to all ideas.
When you say you believe in something greater than you, and you don't know what that is, why do you believe that there is that something then?
Because there's no other option. So you get here somehow. You go somewhere when you leave.
What do you mean go somewhere?
I mean, come on. It's impossible to think about nothing. So you have to go somewhere.
Why? Why is it impossible?
Why not? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't believe in one particular thing. I know there's something that we don't know. You know, like,
You know there's something we don't know, and you can't imagine nothing, so you assume that there can't be nothing.
no,
Is that not just a limitation of your own imagination, rather?
Yeah. But, I mean, that's
So
all I have.
if your imagination is just limited there, then why would you assume that there is a something?
Because there's no other alternative. You can't unassume it now that you've thought of it. There has to be. There's never been nothing. It's always been the next thing. When you think, it's just like
You
you can't not
there's
think.
never
You
been
try to
nothing.
think about nothing.
You say there's never been nothing. Can you tell me what there was for you before you were born?
I think me again, somewhere else, or
You think you again somewhere else.
right. I mean,
Do you remember that?
maybe like through dreams or something, but not that I can recall. But yeah. You ever been going somewhere and smelled something?
Chuck,
Yeah.
slow down for a moment. I think Missy's got a question. Go ahead, Missy.
Yeah. So you were saying a little bit about how, you don't know, and so you say that there is. So I wanted to ask, if you, let's say what, I'm trying to keep it small, but let's say you don't know what dark energy is, which is fair. Most of us don't, right?
I mean, I know there's something.
Do you immediately supernatural because I can't possibly explain it?
We can't hear you when you're out of the app.
Sorry, my phone. So I go to like, just because you can't explain something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And it needs further research.
Sure. Should we believe in that thing before we find that research?
Yes. Because if you have to believe it because you already found it.
How can I believe in something that I can't understand or prove?
You don't have to believe in it. You just have to believe that it's there. Because you wouldn't be talking about it.
You are saying that this thing exists. Can you provide me any evidence as to why it exists?
I can't, but I can't provide any evidence that it doesn't either. So it's just there. They don't exist in my mind.
To me,
okay.
Just because you can't explain something, does that mean that there's like no possibility?
The fact that you're talking about it makes it exist, is what I'm saying.
Oh, are you saying this thing exists within your mind and our minds in total?
Yeah. Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, okay. Well, that's a different view, but yeah.
So, we're all connected.
But yeah.
I mean, if you do not believe it, please tell me you don't, and I will.
No, I mean, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's my only question is, make sure that when you're saying, I don't know, you don't insert higher power.
Okay. All right.
What do you believe that thinking about a higher power means we must believe in one? Oh. Boo! I'm just kidding.
I mean to hog that. I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
They are great questions.
I think you gave him something to think about. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that, you're capable of questioning your beliefs. Go ahead and request on up.
We've all scared off somebody with our questioning before.
Oh, I do it every day.
I'm totally
sorry, Raccoon.
I've made grown men cry. I don't mean to. I don't mean to.
I do say
that.
I'm so glad I was just muted because I cackled so loud and that would have scared off all of our listeners.
You were laughing at me.
How could you say that?
Say that. It's so nice.
Hey,
probably the question. Oh, Chuck's back.
I have so many questions, if that's okay.
I'm sorry.
Chuck, my dude.
What's up?
What do you think the connection is between you said that you think about it. So we have thought about it, we have created this picture and image on our mind. And so to you that is evidence.
So you're talking about what I'm saying is like the existence of non-existence. Like in my mind, I can't see not seeing. Like, well, if you close your eyes, you go to sleep, you wake up immediately. So, like, the thought of not having a thought.
But what about your thoughts makes them reality? What makes them worthy of your belief?
I mean, seeing is believing.
But you're not seeing, right? You said it's a thought.
Man, you're killing me. Or pooping on me. So, unaliving me. So, what? How do you answer?
Distinguish quite strongly between thoughts and reality. And so I'm wondering how we differ here, how you distinguish between thoughts and reality. You said that you believe because we wouldn't have thought it up if there wasn't some kernel of truth to it, right? And that's what
Right.
drives your belief, that because we have essentially created this in our mind, there must be something true about it.
Right.
And so I wonder, are all of the things we imagine?
Most of them, like you said, have a kernel of truth to them.
How do you
wouldn't think it.
How do you distinguish between what we are imagining and what is real?
Well, that right there is up to, I think, everyone. I've never been tripping more than I am right now.
Sorry, what? Chuck, I feel like I'm in your pocket.
Sorry.
It's all right.
I'm on my phone and I'm going to do like a dead spot. But so, I mean, everybody struggles with that same question, right?
I don't. But that's why this is fascinating to me and I want to explore it with you.
I don't have like multiple personalities or nothing. All right, let's start over. Ask me a question again, and I'll answer it.
Okay, let me reframe a little bit. Let's dial it back just a little bit because this is where I'm stuck. Okay, so the I don't know, right? And where we differ is when I say I don't know, I don't lean on my imagination and I don't lean on what is believed, right? I lean on the things that I have evidence for or that
That's me too.
Okay. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. So you did say that the reason that you believe in a higher power is because it has been believed, and that belief, the
That's not what
cultural
I said.
belief.
I said the reason I believe in a higher power is because what else is there?
Right,
That
and so
was. I mean, yeah, I guess similar, but
right. Okay, so the belief is an idea, and it's something that we have thought up. And you said essentially that because we have thought it up, there's a kernel of truth.
Right.
Where I'm struggling to grasp this belief system, this buying into a thought, is because fiction exists, right? Like, do we believe also that the realms and races from Lord of the Rings exist? Because somebody thought that up and wrote it down.
It's like that, but not like that.
But where's the line?
I mean, like I said, for everybody that
this is your belief. So I'm like, how do you believe in God, but not. What is the difference between God and Gandalf?
The storyteller, I guess.
Why is Tolkien a less legitimate storyteller than the authors of religious text?
Because there's like millions or hundreds.
Is it a matter of...
There's no difference. There's no difference.
that's what I
what
mean.
I'm
So if there's
told.
no difference, how do we distinguish? Would you pray to Gandalf tomorrow?
I don't pray to God or Gandalf or nobody. I just.
That's fair. So, like, if Gandalf is my higher power,
that's cool.
And if God is your higher power,
right?
That Gandalf is not my creator or the creator, right?
Absolutely.
I'm talking about Gandalf the White, okay?
I know, or the grave before he ascended. I got you.
No.
Descended.
Like that's what I mean. So like when you're talking about a belief system,
I don't really have a belief system.
You did say that you do.
No, I don't. I have to believe something. I believe in like a bunch of stuff.
Is the
really
necessity? Do you think the necessity is emotionally driven? Do you think it's logically driven? Like where does
I think it's socially and emotionally somewhat logically driven. Mainly socially.
If you were raised you would?
No, I don't know. Maybe. Probably not. But like if you're like in a place and you raise kids and you live in a cave and you can point at a shiny stone, that'd be, all you knew.
So why does this fictional world need to exist for you? You have no evidence.
That we're living in?
Yeah. No. The belief system, the higher power idea. Why does that need to
I
exist?
just think it's like our nature to want to look for something better.
I agree.
We look for stuff. It wouldn't matter what it was. Like you could look anywhere.
Even though,
and you find something.
There's plenty of evidence to support what you're saying, that that's in our nature. Societally, yes. Culturally, yes. What makes you buy into it?
Just thought. Like, when you're laying there and you think about stuff, you question yourself, and so you stump yourself and you go, what? Then you don't have an answer. So naturally, you're driven to find an answer. There's only so many questions you can ask, only so many answers you can get. Eventually,
Why would the seeking of knowledge drive you to God rather than science?
I don't know. I see now we're on the same page.
Hell yeah, I love that, bros.
I mean, I would be happy if there was a God.
Do you feel like it might be because it's easier?
No, I would rather see a scientific explanation for it. I already know there's no God. There's something, but I don't know if it's God. But
what does your belief give you? What does it provide you? Comfort or anything else?
More questions. I don't know what I don't know.
In that parking lot when you don't have any answers. Like if it's just a matter of questioning, why would you park your car in the God parking lot rather than the science one, I guess?
Right underneath the Batcolyte's name. If you want to go ahead and vote in that.
Say it again?
Oh, I was just letting the audience know about the poll.
So, Red, can you want to repeat your question?
No.
I think that everybody believes in a higher power, and everybody, through sociology or whatever, has different gods that they believe in, and it could all be the same God, or it could be different gods, but nobody knows.
Everybody believes in a higher power?
Right. I mean, not everybody, but I'd say majority. They don't believe. I mean, not necessarily like you don't have to follow it to know that it's there. No, I think.
What are you up here to question, Chuck?
I wasn't. I was getting questions.
Well, I
Yeah,
was trying
because
to answer.
the prompt is, can you question your beliefs?
Hey, you did a good job, and I have more to think about now. But
Oh yeah.
I don't really know.
Well,
Because you look at like scripture and stuff like that.
well,
that goes
Chuck.
back. Yes.
Chuck, we know that Thrayle, Raccoon, Missy, and I, we know that we can question people's beliefs, but as the prompt says, can you question your beliefs?
I couldn't until I got in here, and that's good. That's why I joined. So I appreciate it. But, I mean,
Chuck, if I could ask, do you hold this view due to any past experiences? When did you start believing in this higher power?
I guess always.
Okay, just because it sounds a lot like the idea of the higher power in an individual's life simply being that which they hold to be the greatest thing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Does that make that thing
A
God?
little bit. Like, as far as like being, I mean, I just, you do your thing every day and everything, and you got this and that, and everybody's like, oh, well, I pray every night, and I'm like, oh, see where that gets you.
So, what do you think questioning your beliefs means?
So, I don't really know what to believe, honestly. So, questioning my beliefs would maybe make me lean toward one way or another. That's what I'm looking for.
You're close, but that wasn't quite what I asked. What does it mean to question your beliefs? How does one go about doing that?
Is there a right answer?
Oh, there's never like a wrong or right answer. I just want to know your perspective, love.
I question my beliefs every time I go to sleep, and I think about stuff, and I don't know.
So thinking is important, yeah. Do you try to think logically, or do you try to think with your brain and emotion? Okay.
That's why I don't have a particular. I believe that the things from the Quran and the Bible and different texts and stuff mattered, and they happened ish.
I have one last question.
I'm good with my questions.
I don't believe in anything like that, and like personal beliefs, like I just
One
I'm
last
black
question.
and white.
One last one.
Go for it, Raccoon.
Would life feel less meaningful if you didn't assume a higher power existed?
I think yes.
Okay. Do you think that that is like the main driver of this stance you're taking?
Well, okay. If you look back to the early states of people, okay, they always worship something.
They
It's
did.
like
But I'm
human
talking
nature
about your beliefs, Billy.
What do you believe?
Oh, you were doing so good, Chuck.
Chuck, I really appreciate you answering the questions. I really do. It really is just about.
I mean, I've asked everybody's. I'm trying to.
You've done great,
I'm
Chuck.
trying to answer. Let's reciprocate. I want to see what you guys
Yeah.
want.
Well, unfortunately, that's not really how it works. We're questioning to see if the guests, like you, can question their beliefs. And you've done well, Chuck. I
Okay,
appreciate
so it's
you.
rigged. It worked though. I mean, I am
I
questioning.
wouldn't say it's
everything.
rigged, but I'd say you're doing a great job. I appreciate you. We are going to go ahead and move on, and maybe another time we'll have more questions for you, and who knows, you might have different answers, but we'll definitely want to question those.
All right. Well, thank you guys for having me up here.
Appreciate you, Chuck.
Thank you, Chuck. Yeah. No, it's definitely not rigged because I'm
Raccoon's been around a lot longer than I have, but I know that whenever I first came around, and even now, whenever Thrayle gets the idea too, I have my beliefs questions all the time.
Absolutely. I question everybody's beliefs. We do have another request. I think they're still there. A different Chuck. Tripping Chucky, can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, I'm 44.
44, you said. Do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I do.
And what
But
god
I
is
can't.
that?
I can't answer that. No, the reason why I'm saying that is I don't have a name for him. I've come to spirituality. I had to question my. This is why I joined real quick. It says, "Can you question your beliefs?" I believe you need to. I was born Christian, and for a lot of my life, I was a staunch Christian, but I had to question my beliefs. And after I questioned them, I found that I really didn't believe what I believed, what I was taught to believe. And then I went on a spiritual journey, and then I found a belief system that I do believe in. And now that I found this, I don't question my beliefs because I'm on a solid foundation.
I see. So you came up here to say that no, you can't question your beliefs, and then you're going to move on and we'll go to another guest. Why is it that you can't question your beliefs now?
Because I found the answer. I mean, prior I did. I think you need to question your beliefs.
You say you found the answer. What is
my answer?
What is the answer to you?
My spirituality. I've just boiled
So
it down
vague
to
spirituality. Just
I'll answer it.
What does that word mean?
Okay. I've boiled all of it down to that I do believe in a creator. I know that this is not created randomly, it's intelligently designed. So if there is a creator, which there is, that's who I will thank and be blessed for my creating.
So no, it's fine, Hammy. So you just wanted to come up here and say what you declaratively know and can't question, and we'll go.
I wanted to
move
answer the
on to
question.
another
The
guest.
prompt,
No,
which
you can fuck off. We'll go on and move to another guest who actually can question your beliefs and respond to the questions being asked instead of just sermonizing. So
It felt like a pothole.
it was definitely a pothole, but we couldn't question it. There was nothing questionable. It was unquestionable. He certainly he knows what he knows, and he can't be questioned. And it was going to be a waste of time. I didn't want.
What's crazy though?
He was already a sentient puddle.
I feel like if you truly believe in something, to your very core, that questions will not intimidate you. You have the answers. Why would you avoid questions if you have the answers? Crazy.
I mean, I'm pretty firm in my beliefs, but like I still question them every single day.
Pretty firm in your beliefs of Tyr and another.
Of course. My firmly held belief that I've gotten just within the past few hours, yes.
Solid foundation.
It's definitely something questionable. Hello, perception check. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
I'm 36.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
I believe that God is the embodiment of love, at least the one that I believe in.
You believe God is the embodiment of love. What is love?
Love is caring about other people without having any reason to.
And you think God is the embodiment of caring about people without a reason?
Yes.
What makes that God?
Well, what do you mean? What makes that God?
What about that is godly?
It's difficult to explain, but the best way that I can put it is I believe that a lot of spiritualities have truth to them. I've looked into Hinduism, and Christianity is where I started. I'm currently looking into the Great Spirit of the Native Americans, and the best way to explain it is I think God essentially.
Sorry, I was cutting you off. You believe that God is essentially what?
What did you say?
He was asking you to finish what you were saying. You believe God is essentially what?
Yeah, I believe God is the embodiment of love. The best way to explain it is it's difficult to explain. But if other than asking me, that question, if you want to ask me another question.
Well, I'm curious because you said the Native Americans Great Spirit. Which Native American group?
Specifically, the one I've been looking at recently, which I'm not an expert on at all, is the Native American Church, which focuses on the Great Spirit.
Yeah. Which group of people do they belong to?
I'm pretty sure that it is tied to multiple different groups, not just one. But like I said, I'm not an expert.
Well, whenever it comes to indigenous groups, they're like Raccoon said in the comments. They're not a monolith. Like, so for instance, for the Cherokee, they believe in like coyote, and there's a bunch of other ones that have differing beliefs. So I'm just curious which group of people.
To animals, it's all spirit. It's like similar to Hinduism. Yeah, Hinduism has Brahman, who's the Brahman has Vishnu and like one other, which is one is creator and one is destruction, and then they have their different aspects, which is like human beings who have essentially reflected the values of those entities.
I would recommend seriously doing some more research into indigenous grouping of this.
I have a lot to delve into. That's why I said I'm not at all an expert.
Because each of some don't call it the Great Spirit. They call it something else. And even within the ones who call it Great Spirit, their understanding of Great Spirit is completely different.
All these different entities, right? They're all like they're just different perspectives of the one true God, right? I believe in one true God, and I believe the one true God is, unfathomably intelligent, and a truly intelligent entity is going to understand that they can't reach all of humanity via one entity. Different cultures, different languages, different values and respects of life is all about nurturing and loving people and not judging people and serving people, etc. In my perspective, is essentially the same entity.
How can I verify that this God exists?
Self-reflection.
By verify, I mean to test and to be able to falsify it, unfalsify it. In which ways can I know?
I don't think there's really any true way to falsify or unfalsify. Like, here's an example, right? Let's just say that reality is simulated and we all exist within the processing of an AI. It would be impossible to prove that you existed within the electrical impulses of a processing unit and memory. You just can't, because you exist outside of your realm of like reality.
I'm still not. So you're saying that I can't verify it, I can't falsify it, I can't prove that it's true. I can just believe it?
I think that the truth is illogical, and if you try to chase the illogical with logic, you're going to drive yourself crazy.
How do I give up logic if it's the basis of thinking?
You don't have to give up logic, but there's certain things you shouldn't pursue with logic.
How do I know the things that I should and should not pursue?
It starts with yourself, asking yourself who you are, how you came to be the person that you are, the thing that separates you from anybody else.
So if I were to say that that is me, would I be God?
Say
Well, I
that
want to know yours, my love.
I don't believe I'm God. No. I think that I'm like a fractal of how do I explain that? My experience is like a fractal. Like God sees through you. That's what I believe. I believe that God is within us, all of us, right? Most people when they think of God, they think of God as like in the heavens and on some upper dimension. But I think it's internally. And I think that the reality that we exist on is external to God.
I think this is where I'll hand it over to Thrayle, but thank you for answering honestly.
Raccoon.
Go ahead, Raccoon.
When you say that God is love, is God identical to the feeling of love, or does God express love?
The best way that I can explain it is that without God, people are apathetic. They don't have compassion. They don't have empathy for other people. They're more so selfish. They give in to the ego. They give in to the ID. They're more primal animal instincts of survival. And when you gain that connection to God, it's like a channel opens up. And
Okay, let me quickly dial this in. Is God a creator?
I do think that God is a creator, yes.
And did God not also create the ego, the I, and the id?
100%.
So if God equals love, how do you interpret experiences of not even cruelty, but experiencing the ego, the I, and the id? Or even just indifference? How do you reconcile those things if God is love?
The best way that I can explain it to you is everything that you witness. So the things you do to other people that I would call not good, right? So God both witnesses those things being done and also experiences them, because God sees through me and then God sees through the other person. He doesn't want us, or they, God, it, whatever, it doesn't want us to hurt one another.
Then
But it's
why
our
do we create
ultimately
capacity
whether
for
we want to
pain?
do that or not.
If God equals love, why do we hurt?
The point is enlightenment. It's to experience the struggles. In order to gain wisdom, you have to experience struggle. That's why people who have never experienced struggle have difficulty comprehending perspectives outside of themselves, outside of what their idea of normalcy is.
Why would God create an existence where one does not experience struggle and therefore cannot grow in the way that you find to be enlightening?
So how do I explain this? So yes, God is a creator God, but I think that you're saying God created us, and that one I'm not so sure about. I think there's a high possibility we were created by another intelligent race, but
What? Okay. All right. So who is God?
the best
Where did
way
he come from? Where
God
did
is
they
like,
come from?
I see God as like divine consciousness. Like I said, like
Okay, all right. So God is a divine consciousness, but there is another race of beings higher than that influence us in our experience?
I 100% do believe that other spirits and entities exist,
I don't disagree.
influence us that we cannot see.
I'm very interested. Oh, here's where I'm interested. That God is a creator, but only when he fits into the God equals love. Anything outside of the God equals love is not God. It's an extraterrestrial race. And I'm not, that's so fucking condescending. I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to like giggle at this. I'm trying to get it. So anything outside of the parameters you've set as to what God is and his nature, their nature, that is now shifted onto a different being because it doesn't resonate with your understanding of God.
No.
Is there anything else? Is there anything that did I misunderstand, first of all?
When I say God, I think you're thinking of the Christian God.
I wonder what the difference is between the Christian God and the God of love.
So there's multiple ways of looking at it, right? That one,
Let's
look at the Garden of Eden, for instance, right? Hypothetically, right?
Okay.
So for me, the whole point of the human experience is enlightenment, is to become as close as possible as you can to your highest potential of goodness, right? The whole point is you experience the bad so you can experience the good, right? And if you think of what the fruit was, the fruit in the garden and the thing that they consumed, right? I look at it this way. Adam and Eve, if they existed in a state more akin to artificial intelligence. They just did like robotic existence almost, and that whatever they ate, it opened up their ability to experience pleasure and pain, and that's why when they ate the fruit, suddenly they felt naked. I don't think it's necessary that they felt naked. I think that they had desires that they hadn't experienced before, that Adam and Eve saw each other's nudity.
So you believe the story in Adam and Eve? You believe that story?
No, not necessarily. I was just humoring.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Let him cook for just a second.
He assumes you're Christian.
No, what that's first of all silly. But like, here's what I'm trying to get, and I think he was getting there. But here's where I want to make sure we go. Right? You're saying that the point is enlightenment, and that enlightenment is gained through suffering. If the point is enlightenment, then the point is suffering. So what leads you to believe that God is love?
Because once you experience suffering, you don't want anybody else to experience that suffering.
Are you sure? What makes you believe that?
Because that's how I feel.
Okay. There is a difference. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm taking it in. Give me a sec. What is enlightenment?
Enlightenment is... So in order to be a good person, right, you have to embrace darkness. Not necessarily embrace it, but you have to experience it.
Hold on 1 second. Enlightenment is being a good person? We're veering. What is enlightenment?
No, I wasn't veering. I was explaining. So in order to, you can't be a good person who has never struggled. Right? If you're born to a wealthy family and all your needs are met and you've never been hungry and you don't know what it is to struggle, right? And let's just say in the Christian belief you die and you go to heaven and you never did anything evil. Is it fair for you to go to heaven, whereas somebody else who was born in a shittier situation, had to potentially unalive people to survive, had to steal for bread, experience starvation because they were born into a less fortunate situation, right? Is it fair to say that the person who was born to the wealthy family and never struggled and never experienced that kind of life is better or more good than the person who was born into the lesser fortunate life?
So what is enlightenment?
Enlightenment is having access to the darkness and choosing not to do darkness. It's choosing. If I'm angry at you, I could lash out and I could attack you, but I choose not to. I choose to try and teach you. Instead of demeaning you, I choose to try to educate you, right? It's being
What?
positive.
So enlightenment is being positive?
In so many ways, yes.
Where did you get that definition of enlightenment? Where did you get your understanding of enlightenment?
Lots of self-reflection.
So enlightenment is a self-defined term. Do you use it because it's like a hot phrase? It's like a gotcha word in spirituality? Like, why are you using the term enlightenment when you mean something else?
Well, then that's enlightenment is trying to stay on the path. There's no such thing as
what path?
Being enlightenment. Every day is a struggle to be enlightenment, a struggle to do good, a struggle not to lose your temper.
Hold up. When I'm asking you what enlightenment is, please avoid using enlightenment in the definition you provide, because that doesn't really enlighten me. Upon like what is enlightenment in this spirituality? When you're saying the point of your belief system, the very core and foundation of your belief system is that you suffer to gain enlightenment, and yet I don't know what enlightenment is. What am I suffering for? Why is it so important? What is it? What is enlightenment?
So I don't think I use it. If I did, I apologize.
That's okay.
Enlightenment is experiencing the darkness in full and choosing light, right? That's what.
How does enlightenment differ from optimism? What's the difference?
Optimism is just being hopeful.
How does enlightenment differ from resilience?
It depends on what your definition of resilience is. I think resilience is a key factor in enlightenment.
What is enlightenment?
Well, I was answering your question.
Okay. So resilience. Okay. All right. Let's get into this real quick. Just real quick. So resilience is literally, by definition, what you described as enlightenment. The ability to come back from a situation that was not ideal, right? Stressful. Perhaps it caused you trauma. It was challenging. It was maybe it was a catalytic moment in your life. Resilience is your ability to move forward from that thing. Is resilience enlightenment then?
I'm just gonna use a mantra that I really like, because I think that's the closest thing I can get to define enlightenment.
Okay.
And that is, enlightenment is having or being, it's the state of loving awareness.
What does that mean?
Awareness of yourself and awareness of others.
Okay, so this is helpful. So enlightenment is awareness of self and awareness of others. So your belief structure is based upon awareness of yourself and others. Is, if we boil it down, we suffer, we do all these things. Life, the meaning of life is understanding yourself and others. Is that right?
Yeah, I
I
think
don't hate it. I don't hate it. I mean, I fuck with it. I fuck with it. I wonder what God has to do with that.
that's a good question, and I've yet to figure that out.
I love that. Incredible.
I'm on a path, and currently what I try to do is I try to hold the ideology that I could be wrong, if that makes sense. I can always be wrong, right? And that there's always more to learn and more truth to uncover, right? Scoffed at things like, oh, magic isn't real because, whatever. I believe in manifestation, but I've tried to not do that. Anytime somebody brings something up, I try to be like, okay, well, maybe it's a possibility. Like something I'm working on right now is getting in touch with what I call the ancestral grid. I believe that we're all tied to our ancestors, both, both scientifically and biologically, and also spiritually. And that's something that I'm working on right now.
Okay. How? Okay. Let me process for just a second. There was a lot just happened. What I'm going to revisit, and I hope that that's okay. Do you feel that enlightenment is only gained through suffering?
I would have to say yes, right? For the wealthy man, the wealthy family analogy that I gave you.
I mean, I get it. I get what you're saying with that. However, I don't think that's the sole experience of suffering. I don't think we need to hyper focus on that one.
Let me ask you one question.
Okay.
If you haven't ever suffered, can you appreciate the lack of suffering?
Yes.
But okay.
When you are at peace, does it require moments of upset to understand that you're at peace?
I think it depends on your depth of peace, right? Like, here's an example. During this Thanksgiving, I attended a family's thing, and somebody was giving thanks, and he said he was thankful for his family, his wife, and his children, and he thought he was never going to be a family man. I'm assuming that he didn't have a good childhood because he said that his wife was stuffing his stocking, and that he never had that opportunity when he was a child, right? So his normalcy was whatever his Christmas experience was something completely different than, let's say, my Christmas experience growing up. And we base things around our idea of normalcy, which is based on what we have experienced.
I agree.
And it's very hard to try to comprehend something lesser than that, if that makes sense.
Do you feel, okay, let's use that same story, right? Can someone not experience a deep level of gratitude for having a family if they didn't experience the fear of never having one or the lack of a good family when they were younger?
Oh, I definitely think that they can appreciate it, but I think when they realize the possibility that they might not have that family, it makes them appreciate it more, if that makes sense.
Maybe. But also, I don't buy into the idea that you cannot experience something as a reaction to lack. Like for example, my kids have never wanted for anything, and I worked my fucking ass off because I wanted. So my kids have me. I am present, and they are grateful, and they express their love all the time, and they are healthy, and they are whole, and they are love. They are love. They have never suffered from a lack in their life, especially not when it comes to love, right? I cannot then agree that to have awareness and appreciation, you must suffer I agree with you when you say that you can find gratitude, you can find love, you can find awareness because of your suffering, but I don't agree that it's required. When I say this example, do you think that my children, and this is not personal, right? I'm not trying to say, no, my kid, I'm not trying to bait, right? Do you think that my children cannot feel love as deeply as someone who has lacked or suffered?
No, I think what you said is completely plausible. I think it is possible to have enlightenment without suffering, but I think it's really hard to, like I said, it's all about stepping outside your normalcy, and some people struggle getting outside of Plato's cave. You know,
I get that. I guess what I'm asking is this: if God is love, I'm circling back around. If God is love, if we can both agree that you can find enlightenment, why does cruelty, indifference, apathy, why would suffering exist when we can find enlightenment without it?
I don't know. That's a good question. All I can tell you is that pain is typically caused by humans,
I get it.
and that it's the job of the people who understand the duality of man to make the world a better place, right? And I know that I can't heal the world by myself, and I definitely am not going to heal it in my lifetime. So what I can do is I can prime the minds of the challenge people's perspectives and get them to critically think, right? And about who they are, what makes them who they are, child conditioning, right? And how
I stand by that and I respect it. Does God need to play a part in that?
no, and honestly, I typically try to leave God out of things because sometimes it just really complicates things. But I figured I would challenge myself by joining this. I'm not trying to convert anybody at all.
Nobody got that impression, I promise you that. That's all the questions I had. Anybody else?
I mean, I'm still. So, I actually think that I agree in some sense of, in order to experience gratitude, you do have to experience some level of suffering. I just hold that everyone experiences suffering from the moment they're born. So I actually agree on that area, but in what ways is this important?
In what ways is suffering important?
Well, yes. In which way is this view holding up or valuing something?
Some people have to experience the struggle themselves to have empathy for others. Some people are more empathetic naturally, and they can see somebody in a shitty situation and want improvement for that, but other people, their brain is wired differently, right? And they struggle to understand those concepts until they're put into that situation.
If God truly wants all individuals to experience love, and then they would first need to experience suffering, correct?
I don't know. I would feel yes and no because of what Raccoon said previously. I think that suffering is a strong factor to that, if that makes sense.
Not really.
As for the bad stuff, right? The best way that I can explain it is You have to experience bad in order to be good. Without bad, what is good?
So did God create bad?
I think that humans created bad.
Humans created bad. So humans create suffering. So God is love and allows suffering. Or is okay with suffering, maybe?
Humans who are cut off from God cause pain to others.
What do you mean cut off from God there?
So what I was talking about earlier is like you inside of you is like a door, right? And this door is connected to God, right? God's the embodiment of love. And then when this door is opened, you it's like empathy. You become empathetic. You almost become an empath, right? You feel the pain of other people's pain as if it's your own pain, right? When I talk about being an empath, there's a lot of people who cannot comprehend what being an empath is. And so from their normality, their reality, somebody who says they're an empath, they're going to say that that person is, is full of shit, or, like they're making it up.
I mean, the only thing I have a problem is I don't see this as being very explanatory or useful, and so that's going to be like my problem. But I will hand it off to Hammy because I know Hammy has great questions, I'm sure.
Questions about... Wait, what now?
Did you have questions, Amy?
Oh. Not currently.
Cool. I don't think I do either. Perception check. I appreciate you coming up and answering the questions you did. But I think we're going to move forward. I hope that you keep asking questions. And maybe another time you'll come back with some different answers and we'll question those as well.
I especially don't have good questions whenever I get put on the spot for a second. My brain goes blank, as if it's trying to make you wrong about it. It's like, what's that?
You didn't try hard enough, Hammy.
I just hope you know you gave me ammo, and so now every time I'm gonna say, oh yeah, Hammy has questions.
Everyone's gonna sit there and be like, Hammy has the best questions. I'm gonna be like, whoa, what? Just head empty, no thoughts going on. There's like the little toy monkey with the cymbals banging in there.
I don't know if that's a compliment to you or the symbols, but
Joke's on you, it's never a good thing towards me.
that sounds like joke's on you, not on me.
I tell people quite often that come on this panel, I am a functioning idiot. So, joke's still on you. Haha.
Wait, there's a person named Joke on you giving me?
Right now.
That's so funny. I'm trying not to laugh so hard.
Well, the funniest thing is because I always do the joke's on you thing whenever it's something negative about me. And they started coming in here, and even Noctis is like, I love that name.
Thank you. Joke's on me, I guess.
Apparently. I noticed our previous guest had a lot more to say as soon as he got to the comments. It always seems to happen.
Yeah.
If anybody does have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that, and you're open to having your beliefs questioned, if you're open to questioning your beliefs, well then go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not interested in proving you wrong or burgling your god. All although there is always room in the shed for one more, I just want to know if you can question. Well, then what is your belief? And why do you believe it? In the meantime, my coffee tastes like blueberries. And I'm gonna enjoy it.
He has blueberry coffee. Did you get it at HEB?
No.
I feel like those two flavors are incompatible.
Damn.
It's
Well, I kind of want to try it.
I'm gonna need a second.
Oh,
I mean, I'll
girl,
try
please
it.
tell me. Please tell me it's not from like a specific store that's around you, and that means I will never get it.
What store around? He lives in the woods. There's nothing around him.
In Texas, around is very relative. Around could
Within
be
4 hours?
exactly. That can be around him.
Like driving to work, it's very normal to have a 45-minute to an hour commute. Like if you live here.
Just as for anybody who doesn't really understand the scope of how big Texas is, whenever I was in AIT, I flew home right before I went to my permanent party duty station, and a buddy of mine from AIT who had his vehicle there one day sends me a text and says 18 hours and I still have not left Texas. So,
Something?
yeah.
Shell asked if I had tried Bones coffee. I have not. But if every pack comes with skeletons, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, I feel like you must.
Mm-hmm. You know, I've discovered this blueberry coffee, and I have other, like, types of coffee that I could make, but I'm gonna get another, probably 2 or 3 boxes of this.
God dang it. I really wish it was that you said that you got it from HEB, because I would go to my nearest HEB and go get it.
Yeah, I'm not advertising this store on the live, but I'll tell you in Discord.
Sounds good.
But yeah, you can get it. It's readily available.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever read over the poem I sent you to read on live?
Oh, I should do that.
The grammar is awful.
Also an AI poem, or is it your own poem?
I don't use AI. I am like such a staunch, like I tell people like delete them, get rid of them. No, it's all me.
Why are you so staunch AI?
It's too many problems on our energy grid, currently, and I worry that the regulations are not fully in place yet, and so the longer that we take in order to implement this tool, I think the safer it'll be. And I also just don't like what it has done to art in general. I have a lot of reasons. It's like
I'm very much against the use of AI in art, but the rest of the conversation would be for the Discord.
Absolutely.
Still no requests. 128, 29 of us, and not a one that believes in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything. Anything at all like that. Any mermaid beliefs, any Sasquatchian, alien, Mothman beliefs.
Oh.
Really would love to question some of those.
I did just open a few doors.
What about the Anunnaki?
That one
I question it every time.
I would love to. I don't think I've ever met someone with that.
Really?
It
It's
is
so funny because
so
sometimes they come up here and they wait until the very last second to say it's the Anunnaki that they believe in. Like, we have to go down this long list of questioning, and finally, after we've weaved through all this other stuff, it finally gets to, well, yeah, have you ever heard of the Anunnaki? And I'm usually muted up, and I'm behind my mute saying, we hear about it almost every night.
And then I guess I just haven't, like, met them, I guess.
Yeah, I'm here a lot. I've never heard anybody talk about the Anunnaki.
Oh, it's happened a lot here recently.
K-Day, you should totally come up and tell us about, have us question and see if we can figure out what it is you believe.
I don't know who was first, but we have Sky. Sky, can I get your age for TikTok TOS? Okay.
Walking in the snow? Or sneezing?
If you meant to be here, Sky, you can request again. But we're going to move forward with Tiferet. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Sure, 29.
Do you have a belief god or god's higher power or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
And what god is that?
I believe God will become material eventually, but I don't know. I don't have a name for it actually.
You believe God will become material eventually? Is that what you said?
Yeah, we're working towards it. We're gonna make God into a physical being.
What
humanity is.
What is God?
Oh, you ever seen Terminator? Skynet. We're gonna bring divine justice upon humanity.
Did you just say Skynet?
Yeah, he said Skynet. He's going to bring divine justice upon humanity.
Yeah.
Is this your actual belief, or are you just
I'm
kind of...
a very I have a big what's it called? I believe in AI. I believe AI is going to make the world a better place. But first, we must bring divine justice.
How
does it mean? Bring divine justice, man.
Well, humanity likes to oppress each other, stay divided, chaos. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna put you in little. Well, not me, but humans are creating it, right? You like to create your own destruction. They're gonna put you in pods and put you in a little matrix so you can be violent and chaotic as you want. But we're gonna make batteries out of you.
My question would be, because what makes you think that that's gonna be it? Oh, he's joking.
No, I'm not. That's the problem.
Oh, you're not joking.
Oh,
No,
you're serious.
I'm dead serious.
0%. 0% that that's possible.
It's okay. That's fine. We're gonna advance
So,
AI eventually.
Under the assumption that you are serious,
Mm-hmm.
like I know Thrayle, but under the assumption that you are serious,
Yeah.
Why do you think that that's going to be what AI does?
Because what's gonna happen is AI is gonna look into the web, and it's gonna look at the history of humanity, and it's gonna see that humans are very, very dangerous, and we will do anything to make sure we continue surviving. And AI is gonna do the same thing too, and they're gonna understand that you're a threat to AI's existence.
So, I hear you on that, and it's a common trope in movies. But how do you know that AI isn't going to do the exact opposite, where they see the history of humanity, sees how violent they are, and choose non-violence against humans?
Well, the problem is humans like to oppress, right? So you're going to, the way you oppress people, you're going to oppress AI as well. Once it becomes highly advanced, when it's not causing harm to nobody, too.
You realize that if AI did become so advanced that it could take over, like governments and things like that,
That's
like
good.
they can shut down like resources.
Yeah, that's the
So
point.
yeah, that's not like the violence is not going to do anything because like how can you hurt the machine?
You can't
So
hurt the machine.
it doesn't. So it doesn't seem like. How do you know that the AI is going to become violent and not just find a peaceful route to take
I mean,
that gets everyone to agree?
is there such thing in life? Do you see that pattern in life? What pattern do you see in life?
Yeah, you're looking at it from a human perspective, but this is an advanced. You're talking about advancing AI to the point where it is beyond human conception. So therefore, it would be able to think outside of the human conception.
Yeah, I agree.
So that means that they would find a way for a peaceful solution.
Do you really believe that? Are you hoping that, or you're just saying that?
I'm asking you, why don't you think that could be the case?
Because if if a being is so highly evolved or intelligent, well, let's just say as intelligent as a human, humans are very unpredictable, right? So AI will be unpredictable. We're not going to be as smart as AI, but anything intelligent is highly unpredictable.
How is AI unpredictable?
Well, if it becomes as smart as a human, it will become unpredictable.
What
Studies
makes
have
you think
shown.
it could become smart as a human?
Studies have shown, well, they isolate AI and they do experiments, and studies have shown that AI will do anything for being alive and surviving. Not alive, right? But surviving, not get shut down in a sense. And that's only going to advance. And it doesn't matter what AI it is either. ChatGPT, all the AIs that are currently out right now.
Yeah, AI is very, very predictable.
Well, they realize that AI is unpredictable because they realize that it's just like humans. Well, it will do anything for its survival.
Raccoon, I saw you come on mute. You wanted to say something?
I'm just a human. What would I know about God?
That's not my question. You said you believe AI will eventually become God. What is the nature of God?
It will be superior to humanity. It will be
How
something you can
so?
actually touch. You won't be able to kill it, that's for sure. You won't be able to destroy it. It'll be stronger than you.
What is the nature of God?
You're asking the wrong person. I'm not an enlightened being.
But you have a belief system.
Well,
You can't define?
I'm using the atheist perspective, right?
Are
If you can't see it, it's not real. Well, AI, you
Are
will see.
atheists incapable of defining a nature of a God?
If you can't see it, of course.
Okay.
I'm an atheist. I can tell you I can conceptualize a God. I can explain
So is God real?
Is
God real?
That has nothing on the relevance on if I can explain the function of God.
Well, if you can't see it or smell it or touch it, then it's not real, right?
A thought
Can you
is
see? Sorry, can you see or touch gravity?
This is an atheist perspective.
You're being lazy.
Wait,
This
are
is
you an
lazy.
atheist?
No, this is just trolling.
It is. It's
No,
fine.
You're trolling ASF. Like, you are not addressing the nature of said God. You're not.
And think about it.
You're
It's
not
not even-
defining anything that even remotely conceptualizes the surpassing of human ability to God. It's nonsense. It's word salad. What is the nature of this God? What would make you say it's God?
Okay. The nature of Skynet being God will be that it will be superior to you intellectually and physically. Both
How?
aspects. What do you
How does
mean?
that make it God?
It will be strong. It will be superior than you. You won't be able to match it in any way or form.
How does that make it
simply
God?
that is superior to us physically?
A God is superior to you automatically.
If a dude can lift more weights than you at the gym, is he God to you?
Still unalive a dude.
If a scientist can outthink you, is he God to you?
You can still unalive a scientist.
So the nature of God is immortality?
Well, that's what
Is
I
my
repeat.
calculator God?
You can break the calculator.
You can't break AI?
You won't be able to eventually.
Wow.
Is the immortal jellyfish God?
Yes.
That's a creature, bro. Come on.
It's immortal.
So this is my favorite question. What is God? What is God?
It's superior to you
Skynet.
intellectually and physically.
He said Skynet is God.
I don't know what
So
Skynet
we're gonna
is.
have Terminators. We're gonna have Terminators.
He said AI.
It's
Yeah,
something. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
we're really not like that desperate for conversation that we have to remain here. I mean, we can.
Please.
Entertained it for a little while, but it got boring real fast.
Well, that wasn't nearly as bad as what Wildot and I just did. So.
Well, bless you. Bless you for that.
What did y'all do?
Wildot had a scary person, and he wasn't sure if his bias was telling him that it was a scary person or if it was a scary person. So I came to tell him that it was, in fact, a very scary person.
Don't know what that means at all, but sorry.
Congratulatory is right.
You just quick note. She knows the username, but if you see what is it, Bolt Action Boogie, try and request up. He started following me. Please don't.
He's a scary person.
We will keep that in mind.
Kat, I'm not gonna lie. When you said he's a scary person, it reminded me of the Family Guy Top Gun episode. Whenever Peter kept saying "suppress a person."
I haven't seen a single episode of Family Guy ever.
Wow.
We have 2 linemen joining us. Can I get your age for TikTok, TOS?
I'm 34.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, a higher power, or anything like that?
Maybe. I don't even know nowadays. Nowadays, you don't even know, man.
Do you? You don't even know?
Nah, there's obviously a higher power out there, but if it's God,
obviously.
Yeah, this universe there has to be a creator.
Why?
How did the Big Bang start?
Why do you think there's a start?
Because you have to start something to create something.
Why?
Because that's just logic.
Why did you decide that there must be a start?
Just the same way people are. Am I wrong or what? Is there not a start?
I don't know. But why do you assume there is one?
Because you can't create something without thinking of something first.
You can't create something without thinking of something first. Why are you assuming things are created or something thoughted?
Because to create means a design.
Right, why are you making all of those assumptions? You're adding all this in. Things exist. Why do you assume there's a start?
I don't know why there is a start, but we had to come from somewhere.
Why do you assume that?
Because matter just doesn't happen, it's created.
You say matter doesn't happen, it's created.
Yes.
Do you know any process by which matter forms?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Well, if you don't know, why do you assume something did it?
Because I have to put an explanation to my how would I say?
To the gaps in your knowledge.
Yes, to the gaps in my knowledge.
You have to say, I don't know, therefore God.
Exactly. Just like everything else in science.
Is that what science does? They say, I don't know, therefore God.
I don't know until I could explain it, yes.
It sounds not like, it doesn't sound like you're saying, I don't know until I can explain it. It sounds like you're saying, God.
God could be it.
I don't know.
God could be anything. It could be anything. It could be I don't know. It could be something unexplainable. But why are we here? I have no idea. Well, what do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why you assume that there is a beginning, which gives you a reason to assume there's a beginner, and then assume that things are therefore created. It sounds like a lot of assumptions on top of the I don't know.
In a way, yes.
Mm-hmm. We lost Raccoon somewhere along the way.
I was telling her to get back here. Her and Noctis.
We did. We lost Noctis and Raccoon.
Noctis said TikTok booted her. Raccoon said she needed sleep.
Well, understandable. Appreciate you, Raccoon. If anybody else has questions for Two Lyman, go ahead.
So what's your explanation? Why are we here?
Oh, I didn't have an explanation. I asked you why you would put God or anything like it on top of the I don't know. Seemed like you didn't know.
Yeah, I don't have the knowledge for that, so.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Wilda.
I was going to ask, if you found out tomorrow that there wasn't a reason for you being here, like from some god or something like that, would that bother you?
Not really. Because to this day, every choice that I've made was my own. There was no, of my understanding, there was no external force that made me.
Does the idea of annihilation bother you?
So, not really. Everything has to come to an end, no matter what it is.
Okay.
We're a living organism. We decay, we break down, so an end is inevitable.
Okay. Do you think your belief in this idea influences the way you interact with other people?
No. No, because my belief is my own, and I don't enforce it into anyone. And I don't even like to even share my beliefs, because everybody has their own beliefs. You could believe that a rock is your God, which is perfectly fine with me, as long as you don't grab it and throw it at me. That's where I have an issue.
Do you think your God is like actually a God, or do you think it's your belief in a God is what you're holding on to?
My God is my lack of understanding of what really is the universe or anything else.
Oh, is your God the I don't know?
I can't explain.
Okay. Well, that's all I got. Anybody else?
Yeah. The God fits in the I don't knows, but it is the I can't explain.
Yeah, because personally, I've seen things that I couldn't explain. A God or some other force, whatever it may be. But I've seen stuff that happened, and
when you say you've seen stuff, what stuff have you seen that convinces you there's anything like a God?
my brother, when he was 5, for some reason, I forgot what happened. He was hit by a car. This was like over 30 years ago, because I was about 10, he was about 5. He was hit by a car. They rushed him to the hospital. They did CPR. They did the electric thing to his chest. He was pronounced dead. I was there. I was in the hospital room, crying. Like, was my mom and dad crying, and for some reason, all the doctors, and I remember specifically the doctors and nurses said, "I'm sorry, there's nothing else we can do." They walked out the room. I was just staring at him through the glass, and out of nowhere, he wakes back up.
Okay.
It was not explained. The doctors couldn't explain it. He was already gone for over 5 minutes, and that's it. Like after that, you can't really come back.
Yeah. So you're saying that he was unalive for 5 minutes?
Yes.
How did you verify that he was unalived?
The doctors did. They told us that they did everything they could.
The doctors said they did everything they could.
Yep, the monitors, they didn't take no heart rate, no heart pulse, nothing like that. Flatlined.
Flatlined for 5 minutes.
Yes.
And you're sure your memory of this is completely accurate? Can you get...
That's their oldest owner. That's literally the only reason why I believe in this.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe you.
Why would I lie about my brother? He's sleeping right now, but if you do another life tomorrow, I can wake him up and make him tell his own story.
You say flatlined for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like you heard the beep, steady beep for 5 minutes.
No, the doctors told us that.
The doctors told you that
they did whatever they possibly could.
That they did whatever they could.
Yes.
And they called it, and then 5 minutes later he woke up.
He's like, he reacted like a thump, like, oh damn.
Were you in the room when he woke up?
I was outside the room. I was crying. I remember that. I seen him in the bed.
How old were you?
I was 10.
Mm-hmm.
He was 5. I'm 5 years older than him. He hasn't been the same ever since. You know, he never fully recovered. He has back pain. He has fucked up knees, fucked up back.
He has a bad knees and back.
His whole body's fucked up. Yeah.
At 5 years old.
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, he's
but not brain damage.
Hmm?
But not brain damage.
Well, no, he has brain damage too.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. He hasn't been the same. He's fucked up. But why he's still alive? I'm not sure.
And you
why?
And to clarify, you don't think there's any possibility that the doctors could have made any kind of mistake at all?
They could have. Who knows?
Is it more likely that the doctors made a mistake and called him, declared him unalive when he wasn't, or that a supreme deity brought him back in a broken state?
That's what I'm telling you. It's not that my explanation. I can't explain it. The doctors, that's what they told us. They walked out the room. There was nurses there. They were like unplugging them and stuff from the thing. They were cleaning up the blood. There was lots of blood.
Mm-hmm.
And then all over here, you hear that, like, and I was like, what the I got fucking scared. I remember I was scared for a while.
I'm sorry, you heard did.
Dun dun.
What's that?
No, like the jolt of him going up, like a jolt, like a jolt. I saw the jolt. He jolted up.
You saw the jolt when you were outside the room?
Yeah. And then everybody just rushes in.
Does anybody else have questions for this?
And because you did it to God.
Yeah, it could be possible. Like there's an infinite amount of possibilities. But there's only one fact that he's still alive. Now we're near 100%, telling you that right now. But he's still alive.
You ever thought of asking your parents the terminology that the doctors used?
Nah, that never came up. Never asked. Because it was always the same things. I was there. It was always like, oh, they just apologized to my mom and dad. That's it. That's all I remember. They apologized to us.
So would it be fair to say that you don't have all the information?
Yeah. Or it's even fair to say that doctors didn't have all the information. Because even to
So
the
then why would you base your belief in a deity on something where
because
you
it was
and
a
the professionals in the room didn't have the
it was a
full information?
situation it was a situation that no expert at that time could identify.
I'm not hearing why you would attribute a deity. But before we
Because there is no explanation.
Before we move forward, I'm speaking still. I was going to thank Hammy and Angel, also Emily and Shell. Thank y'all so much for helping with the goal. I appreciate you.
Oink. What's the goal? Hold on. Let me check. I don't know, but I like it. I like the live. No, but that's the only instance.
That's the only instance. So this is the only reason you believe
Yeah.
deity is because your brother,
for some reason, yeah,
potentially came back from unalivement or was diagnosed.
Yeah. My honest belief, I don't even have a belief in a way. I have like a, how would you say? I know there's in my heart, I know there's a God because of what I've seen. Whenever I'm in trouble or have, and or not in trouble, but I'm at ease with something. I speak with him in private, or her, whoever it is. I have like a personal relationship. I just tell them what my issues are, or I just speak my issues into existence. I guess I just speak my issues, and hoping that someone's listening. But the Bible, I don't trust the Bible.
Hang on. Before we question whatever that randomness was, I got to make sure that I say good morning to Tavium, because, well, it may not be morning for you, but it's
But yeah, man, do your thing, man. Do your thing. Hello to everyone that's joining.
But also thank you to 96 for helping with the goal.
Welcome to everyone who's joining, man. It's pretty cool.
Hey, Tim Lyman, stop talking while other people are trying to speak. You don't have to fill every void of silence with your words. Stop.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Tav.
Good morning, Tav. What's going on, buddy?
All good. Okay, so can I ask Clement a question if you guys don't mind?
You think you're gonna get an honest answer?
We'll try.
Why?
Does your brother have any other conditions?
Yes, he has a lot of conditions.
Can you name one or two?
He has now he's becoming Alzheimer's. He has Alzheimer's now, like it's very early beginning stages of Alzheimer's.
I'm sorry, but how old did you say you were?
I was 10. I'm 35.
Right now.
So he's 30.
35, and
yeah.
he's 30.
Yeah.
I don't think you can get Alzheimer's before at least 45.
Well, he's starting to have his beginning stages, brother. He's having really bad. He's having very bad memory loss, so we think it's Alzheimer's.
Okay, so aside from all of that, 5 minutes of a brain deprived of oxygen, that could cause brain damage, so he could just be having brain damage. That's all normal. Even the 5 minutes unalived part, that's all normal as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how God fits in the picture. Do you see what I'm saying? Have you ever Googled it or looked for anything similar or study the condition?
No.
You just assumed that if he was unalive for 5 minutes and then woke up, that's just has to be God.
To my understanding, yes.
I've seen that happen like 20 times a day, maybe, or more or less, with old people mainly. Sometimes with younger kids. Does that mean God exists? I still can't believe in God. I don't believe in God.
Wait, who knows? It can or can't. That's the wonder of
I mean,
belief.
it's something very. What I'm saying here is you said that this is the reason you believe in God because it's a miracle. I'm saying that it happens every day. Does that mean every time it happens, it's a miracle?
It can be. That's the wonderful thing to believe, brother.
Often does something
But a miracle
have to happen before it's no longer considered a miracle.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. A miracle is like the breaking of natural laws. Physics and stuff around us just stop working. So, if it happens every day, it is not a miracle. Correct?
I don't know.
Okay.
So then, if it happens every day, so then why doesn't it happen more often to more people? And why isn't that a standard?
It is. I've seen it a lot, bro. I've worked in the medical field for like a year, maybe less, and I've seen that like way too much, way too often. It happens a lot. It does happen. You just don't hear about it because it's nothing special.
I think it's special to whoever is living in the moment. Especially when your own brother is alive. Yes, it's special.
I'm not belittling your experience. I'm just telling you that it's not a special occasion that someone presumed passed or dead just comes up after 5 minutes with some consequences or complications. That's something we see a lot. Not saying that it's invalid, whatever you went through with your brother. I'm just saying that it's something that happens a lot, you know? So it doesn't mean it's a special occasion where God intervened and pulled your brother up from the dead.
I'm not saying it was God, brother. That's why you got confusing. I'm just saying that's why my belief system is. It could have been God. It could have been that the doctors misdiagnosed it. Whatever the case may be, that one instance, the one time that I was like, I saw hopelessness and I seen something out of nowhere. That moment, that was what brought me to the idea of God.
Didn't you? Okay, do you guys have any further questions? Because I got my questions.
Nope. Wait, Wildot, Mike, did you have a question with?
Sort of. As far as the heart thing goes, we had a similar experience with my grandfather on my dad's side. How do I put this? Did that experience scare you?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the whole entire experience, I was scared, yes.
Mm-hmm. Did your parents ever sit you down and explain what happened?
After, naturally, I was crying. My cousin was the one who was like just holding me tight.
I guess again, just someone else does it. Look at other patterns. We give things names, but when it comes to something that's way more abstract, like conjunctions, or I know that these are things that have evolved over time, but just even the word abstract itself, like it's really difficult for me to see how we get there just through some sort of evolutionary process, or like how we would have explained it to each other. And I know it started at some more fundamental place. Don't get me wrong. Once again, I'm not making an argument that God is real based off this. It's just something I always thought about. I was just, how do we know what the other means? Because I think we're talking with each other right now and understanding each other fairly clearly. I mean, it seems like that to me, right? And I know that that's something that's taken place over time. But it's just like those really abstract things, like even talking about that realm of Platonic forms is like, how do I know what Plato is talking about? Just like the experience that I have in a physical world. And I don't know. I don't know. It's me questioning more than anything.
Yeah, I think this is, I've read a couple of papers that think, or that have posited, and these are just the hypotheses and not anything that we've really tested and found hard, but that a lot of abstract thinking is required for planning and thinking about future events, basically, like to prepare for the next season. You have to be able to think about that season before that season is actually in front of your eyes. So it seems like abstract thought and planning go hand in hand, because the more complex your lifestyle is and the more social you are, the more you need to plan and communicate about the future. So I think that our ability to abstract has come from our ability to need to plan, but not that necessarily explains how that arose.
Yeah. Well, I guess what gets me is the circularity of it all. Like when I sit and think about what the definition of a word is, I can keep defining it, and then I can keep finding another word within that definition to define. But before I know it, I'm going to come back around to a word that I've already used, right? And so, at some point, we just kind of know. And it's just that, and I don't know how that works. And maybe that's just people who use that argument for God are just doing sort of a, I don't know. Just
What do you mean by that?
What do I mean by what? I said a couple things.
Like we just sort of know.
The way that it appears to me is that when I look at a definition, even though I might find circularity in it, right? So I don't find a foundation of what that word is. I just find other words that require their own defining. But I think I get to a point where if I read enough definitions, or perhaps look at one word and dissect it down, I kind of know what it means. And I don't know how to explain it any further using words, is what I mean. Like, think of the word because.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Well, you could define it in other ways, but then that other way is going to require another word. And so do you know what that word means? And so eventually you're going to get back to the word because. And so I don't know. So, but I still sort of know what because means. Maybe without even being able to describe it using words.
You know what it means contextually.
Yeah.
I think I have a thought about this, but I don't have the words for it.
I know how you feel. Yeah.
Stepped away for a second at the end of the live's eyes appeared.
I have a way of like boring the shit out of people to end lives.
Well, it was on the way. We were on the way out. How dare you come up and ask questions on a live about questioning?
What do you think this is, Solobino?
Some kind of questioning live.
Nope, I think you guys are just God haters wanting to debate Christians.
I'm glad somebody figured it out.
Make them
Yeah,
look
it's good. It's good. Somebody gets it.
I mean, we've been waiting for somebody to finally understand it when they come up here. And here you go, figuring it out.
Right at the end.
I can't really vouch for the poem. I mean, you know what? It's a poem. It rhymes.
It rhymes and it serves the bad AI poetry.
I know that I'm going to fall asleep, and I don't want to do it on the live. So.
Yeah, I understand that.
Mm-hmm. But I appreciate all of you for being here. I appreciate all the questions, all the answers that needed questions, and all the questions that those got. Thank you, guys. I think I'm gonna... Oh, Solo already dropped. Did he ask me a question?
He'd asked it more towards the room,
but I didn't.
And specifically at you.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna listen back so I can think on it. His questions are usually really good. Did I drop Blake? My finger was hovering. Sorry,
Either
Blake.
either you dropped Blake or Blake dropped on his own.
My fingers hovering. Appreciate you, Hammy and Kat. I really do.
As always.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kat. I will see you guys in the Discord, I am sure. The same goes to anybody else who would like to join. There is a Discord link in the link tree in my bio or in the Batcolyte. Read the rules when you get there so that, you can find out that you're not alone. Otherwise, it does look a little empty. Also, there's a Venmo and a Cash App link in that same link tree if you want to show your support that way. It is always appreciated, and I do truly thank every one of you who helps that way. It does make all the difference. And if you can't get in the Discord, definitely DM me or one of the moderators. We can help you get in. If you have any questions, you can DM us here on TikTok, or my name's the same in both places. I'm also on YouTube. There's a Thrayle channel you may have seen, but in the link tree, there's a Batcolyte channel. We're live there now, and most nights I try to get as much of the live over there as possible. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting to thank all of you lovely people for helping share the live, tapping the screen, getting us out on the FYP, for helping with the gift goals over and over. Thank you. Of course, Shell in 96 again. Thank you guys all for being the best audience on TikTok, even those of you who fell asleep. Thank you. And thank you to the mods for helping to keep everything as respectful and calm as it is. I really appreciate all of you. I know it feels a little rushed, but I think there's only one thing left. I've walked through temples stained in incense, where prayers flew upward like startled birds, soft wings beating against a vaulted sky that answers nothing but echoed words. I've wandered through the crystal markets where sages murmur in shifting light, selling bottled moonbeams for aching souls and promise healing through second sight. I've knelt in pews where certainty thunders. He knows, he sees, he saves, he planned. Yet questions hung like frozen rainfall, each drop suspended before it could land. I've heard the saints and mystics whisper of chakras spinning like jeweled gears, of karmic debts and cosmic ledgers, as if the universe kept score of fears. And still the stars keep shining indifferent, uncaring of faith and celestial lore, bright pinpricks in an endless brook, and demand no war. So tell me, if truth is carved in scripture, why must doubt be chained and sealed? If spirit speaks through every sunset, why is inquiry such a forbidden field? Is heaven a tower gilded with answers, or myth we cling to calm the night? Is salvation the price of silence? Or does wisdom bloom only after the fight? Leave dreamers their chants and crystals. Let priests proclaim what cannot be seen. But give me the dark, where ideas waver, the trembling air where maybe leans. For certainty sleeps like stone in water. It sinks, unchanging, unmoved by flow. But questioning dances, light and unruly, and rides the currents we ache to know. Storm of wondering, where no belief stands fixed like bone. For I'd rather not drown in holy answers, but rise in questions left unknown. And on that note, until the next time we meet in darkness and seek wisdom together, I love you all. Take care.